Hi, and welcome to the AdaKay Show. I am AdaKay Brown, and am currently a criminal justice major, and I'm a deaf courtroom commentator. Grab a cup of Java, and let's dive in. Hey guys, well, I just got in trouble, and I think they shut my live down, so we'll see if I can get live again. God, I hope so. I hope I'm not in trouble to the point where I cannot go live. Oh my gosh. I don't know what to do, y'all. This is new. This is new. Okay, so oh my gosh. Oh, okay, let's see if I'm on. I need somebody to tell me if I'm on. Let me go to Discord. I keep going my corner. Well, I tried to do something nice and I got in trouble. Am I live? Yay, I'm live. Okay, so they didn't cut me off. Okay, so we're live. Oh my gosh, y'all. Oh, yeah, 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 yeah. Yeah, I got a warning. I got a warning strike. Yes, I got a warning strike. I okay. There we go. So now I got to take a test and get it off of my channel in 90 days. And well, I guess I'm in trouble. What? Uh, I don't know. I don't know. I'm a little frustrated here. I'm a little frustrated. We'll see. I have to take these stupid questions. Yeah, I know. So anyway, I'm a little rattled. Forgive me, guys. When is it that we can share national stuff, commentate and or interpret otherwise? So I can't even interpret it. This sucks, y'all. Royally sucks. I wanted to interpret the inauguration, and I can't. Oh, hold on. I'm taking a test. Yes, that's a violation. So everybody you're on your own for the inauguration, and you will not offend me if you leave to watch the inauguration. I think it is a very vital and important thing for this country, and I think it should be open to all content people. Everybody should be able to view that in a commentary. I wanted to interpret it for the deaf community because, once again, there's no captioning. No captioning. None. And that is not accessible to the deaf community. So once again, the deaf community gets left out of the inauguration. No, I can't. I can't do anything with the inauguration, which to me is BS, and I'm going to be getting a hold of them. I'm going to figure out with YouTube. I need to get a hold of somebody at YouTube and say, guys, you've got to allow people like me to stream this kind of stuff because nobody has captioning. Where's the interpreter? They don't have to have them live on spot, but they could have them in the window, a picture in picture. I don't know. I don't know. I could be wrong on this. I don't know. It's so frustrating. It's been removed. They took it off the entire live. So what we're going to do is while court's on break, we're going to go back to day 7 and recap for the court. But where we're going to interpret it. Do you know what? Oh, that pisses me off. I can't interpret it. Is it because there was sound, or if there's no sound, can I stream it? I need help. I'm just a little perplexed, guys. I'm not trying to be drama queen here, but it gets to the point that what about the abilities for those of us who are deaf, and captioning is not even available. The captioning is not even available. So why are you telling me that I can't caption this? I can't, ADHD. I can't because, and there's no captioning. Subtitles and subtitles closed captioning unavailable. What the hell? I ought to sue them. I ought to just go ahead and sue them. Because this is not acceptable under the Americans with Disability Act. They are breaking the freaking law. They're breaking the law. Not me. They are. Uh, I took the training. Yay. I'm not going to appeal it. I'm just going, I took the training. I'm typing to them. I just, it just pisses me off. I submitted an appeal. I took the thing. So either way, I'm good to go. But it is so frustrating. I was going to interpret this. I said in my live, I'm going to be interpreting the ceremony itself, but I didn't interpret yet. Oh. Well, guys, I apologize. There's nothing I can do. We'll just have to put the clock up. We'll stare at the clock. Everybody can have multiple windows open. It's just so hard. It breaks my heart. They don't have any captioning for this. Is that a man or a woman? Sorry, that wasn't polite. I'm sorry. My mind is, I don't care if you're a man or woman, but man, that outfit did not fit you well, dear. Male, female, whatever. It didn't fit you well. So right now, what's happening is I am not able to stream to interpret for the deaf the inauguration. Yeah. Yeah, there is no closed captioning. None. I'm perplexed. I'm going to see if I can find another feed. Donald J. Trump's, his own site doesn't even have captioning. I'm like, people, where's the deaf community in all this? The official inaugurational pages, which is what I was on. Oh gosh, I found a site that has captioning. Hallelujah. But that's still not good enough because not every deaf person knows English well enough to follow captioning. I know it's all up to the news station. I know. Okay, guys. What I'm going to do now is we're going to go back. I'm going to go back to the beginning of the law part for some of us, and I'm going to show some of this again because it was all taken down. So here we go.
Your attorney and
we're going to rewatch this section because I think it's important because this is what I'm supposed to be doing.
right this way, sir. Come on.
And I had a great title and everything on my live. That is so frustrating.
I do.
All right, Jason. You have the choice today of whether to testify or not testify. Is after talking with your attorney and going through your own thoughts, what is your decision of whether or not you want to testify?
Not to testify.
You choose not to testify.
Yes, sir.
That's why I just want to talk a little bit about how you talk about it with him, talk over with him.
Yes. So, Jason, we've met a number of times. We've talked about what your testimony would be, and you understand that even though you might have an opportunity to say your piece, that you would be subject to cross-examination. And I've explained to you that the cross-examination would probably be very intense and relentless. And by subjecting yourself to that, you can change the status of your case. You can make it worse. You can make it better. That's the thing about testifying. You don't know how it's going to go. But it's important that you understand that you have an absolute right under the Fifth Amendment to testify. In your case, no one can prevent you. The judge, the court, no one, is certainly not me, is stopping you from testifying. This has to be a personal choice. On the other hand, if you want to testify, there's nothing this court would stop you from doing that. So whatever it is that your decision is, it is a personal decision that only you can make. Have you had enough time to consult with me, talk about whether or not go over the benefits and detriments of testifying?
Yes.
Are you deciding not to testify on your own volition?
Yes.
And that's what your personal decision is?
Yes.
Jason, also, Tennessee law requires that the jury fix any fine greater than $50. You have the ability to waive that right and allow this court, Judge Patterson, to decide the amount of any fine, if any. We've gone over the benefits of allowing the court to decide versus the jury to decide. We've given you these recommendations. Do you want to waive your right to have the jury assess fines in this case?
Yes.
Wow, the Clintons look old, y'all. They're starting to look real old. Just saying.
Sure to understand everything that you have obviously consulted with Mr. Weiss, Mr. Morrison, that it is your constitutional right to testify. We're not testifying. If you were.
Sorry, guys, I'm having to reset the giveaway tool. So if you put I liked in the other one, I already drew those. Everybody put I liked now. If you like this video, please do. Help me get those algorithms up. I've been dinged.
So your attorney asked you this, and now I'm asking.
So I'm going to need some help.
Being said, being your call and your constitutional right to testify or not testify, what is your decision?
Not to testify.
So you executed this waiver, affirming that.
No, there's not any closed captionings of this trial either.
And as Mr. Weiss,
Diane
indicated
interpreted
that
this
the jury does
earlier.
set fines over $50. Most people waive that. I see you signed a waiver here for having the jury set the fine, and you're allowing the court to set that fine, if any, correct?
Yes, sir.
Thank you, ma'am. Counsel.
Wait this way.
I just think that's chicken crap when I have the intentions of interpreting the ceremony. That they shouldn't strike me for, but I got to figure out the rules. We'll see what YouTube says. Huh, my warning expires April 20th.
Please be seated. Good morning, jurors. Hope you had an enjoyable day of R&R yesterday, as much as you can enjoy it. Was it relaxing for you? I hope. Didn't have too much fun Saturday night, I hope. No? Okay. All right. We'll start as always, just asking to make sure that you make sure everyone was able to abide by the court's admonition not to be exposed to media, not to talk about the case among yourselves. Along with the other things the court admonished. Is that correct? If so, just nod your head. The record reflects everyone is nodding their head. Okay. All right, Mr. Weiss. Any more witnesses for the defense?
The defense, Russ.
State calling you rebuttal witnesses.
No, Your Honor.
Ladies and gentlemen, you've heard all the proof you're going to hear in this case. What that means is that there are some matters we do need to take up outside of the presence.
Thank you guys so much for liking. I am so frustrated.
I'm not sure how
And I
long.
knocked all my viewership down.
However, once that is settled, you'll be brought back in. The court will read to you jury instructions, a thick packet. You don't have to write down what I say, just pay attention because you'll have a copy to refer to later.
So we're just going to replay this for those who did not get to see this part.
Majority of the jury instructions, both sides will have a chance to do their closing statements. State will close first. The defense will do a closing argument in the state wishes, they have a chance to do a rebuttal argument. At that point, we'll finish the jury instructions. We'll pick the alternates. There's a little special way we'll do that. And the 12 of you who are selected to be the actual jury in this case will go back to jury to deliberate. So that's what's ahead of you. Again, I'm not sure how long it'll be if we bring you back out. Maybe a short amount of time, may not be. Be patient with us, and we'll get you back out there as soon as we can. That next step is the jury.
Okay, just so you know, they are now welcoming in the vice president and the Trump family coming in right now. First of all, they got the Trump family coming in. Keep this feed up and running with me, guys. If you want to go watch it, don't shut it down. If you can watch it in two devices or two different windows on your computer or whatever. But I understand everybody wanting to go watch that. And that's fine. It's an important day in our history, but please keep this feed up if you can, because I got a hit.
Yes, Your Honor. Pursuant to Rule 29, please be seated.
I had some deaf people wanting me to interpret the actual ceremony, and I was just trying to keep an eye on it. What can I do?
Reasons and in the motion the defense made after the statement.
Okay. I don't believe the witness is called out of defense.
Boy, Barron is tall.
Looking at the evidence, the light most favorable
He
to the
waved over
state,
at Bill Clinton.
Rational finder of fact could not find the element of the offense. Again, this isn't a finding of guilt beyond a reasonable doubt. It's simply a finding that allows the case to be sent to the jury. So, twice your motion is respectfully denied. Okay, I see a motion to exclude voluntary manslaughter.
Yes, Your Honor, would you like to take argument at this time?
Is it not a lesser?
It is a lesser if the court finds that evidence exists which could cause a reasonable juror based on the proof presented. We would start, Judge, with Tennessee Code annotated 40-18-110, which specifically reads that the trial judge shall not instruct the jury as to any lesser included offense unless the judge determines that the record contains any evidence which reasonable minds could accept as a lesser included offense. Further, the state has included many cases of first-degree premeditated murder in which the trial courts excluded as a lesser included offense voluntary manslaughter. The case law is very, very clear on this, Judge. A murder will only be reduced to voluntary manslaughter when the provocation was caused by the victim. Adequate provocation is an element of voluntary manslaughter, as is state of passion. The defense has put on zero proof of state of passion, or more importantly, adequate provocation by the victim. Pieces of glass of the nature that the jury saw underneath the futon are not any type of proof of adequate provocation. A witness who heard a female scream in, quote, distress 7 minutes before the location was sent to Katrina Bean is not evidence of adequate provocation.
That's true.
The jury instructions simply, according to the law, should not be given to this jury. They have no evidence, no proof whatsoever of adequate provocation. The cases are interesting. The cases are similar. The courts in each case, when there was some type of argument, in fact, Judge, the cases, in all cases, there is proof of arguments. There is proof of passion, even in some of our cases. But the courts found that adequate provocation by the victim is required and was not found in cases with actual arguments. There has been no proof in this case of an argument. There has been zero proof of even an argument in this case. A much lower threshold than what courts have found in the cases that the state cites. And the reason this was not proper, Judge, is because the state had to be brought before today, is because the state had to wait for the defense to rest. The state didn't
you know, I was just trying to be lighthearted.
Sure. Well,
And
good.
not nervous.
Yeah, but procedurally, I hope that all parties understand why this couldn't be raised, but it's the law. And so it can be a lesser.
But it's the
as
law.
court asked, but this
I
it
like
is not a right of the defendant to have this instruction given by the court. We would ask that it be excluded based on the law, Judge.
That's why while you're here, I mean, I'll certainly hear from you, Mr. Weiss, but I can tell you is that the threshold to charge an offense, the jury instruction, is less than a preponderance. It's not much at all. And like the motion earlier about the judgment acquittal, this one is taken in favor, like most favorable to the defendant. What I recall, and I'll let Mr. Weiss, fill in the gaps if I miss anything.
I'm here. I don't want Mr. What does that mean?
Which doesn't by itself,
You don't want Mr. What?
But the fact that there was some type of fight.
Thank you for joining me.
Was, as the state's theory is, Mr. Chen starting it in where the victim was basically not contributing to it at all. There was some type of fight between two people who were in a domestic relationship of some kind. And if I recall Dr. Cogswell's testimony, when Mr. Weiss was cross-examining him,
I appreciate your views. No
testimony
politics, even though
about the knife
this is
being
politics,
held
but
in
you
the
know what I
same
mean.
position, I think Dr. Cogswell indicated that it would have come very fast, without much movement, from the defendant. And I believe the
Pineapples, no politics.
got out of
History, one
it
thing.
was either heat of passion or heat of
Everybody has a right to their opinion.
That's what I would recall. But if you want to respond to that, you can now. If you want to wait for Mr.
I
Weiss' question,
Well, heat
won't
of
give
passion
mine.
is not mutually exclusive with premeditation. Most first-degree murders involve passion to some extent, right? And so, in our cases like this, I don't believe that even if you give Mr. Weiss the benefit of the doubt and say, there was proof of an argument, according to Tennessee case law, that's not enough for adequate provocation. There was also proof introduced that there was chasing from the bedroom of the apartment to.
There's
the
only
front
one
door.
person that comes
I
close
think
to
that
the
that
height
would
of
negate
Barron in that audience.
any type of argument that it was a heat of passion or there was an argument going on. I think that could indicate to a reasonable juror that she was trying to run away. Right? And so I don't believe the proof on the record supports any type of adequate provocation, Judge. Even Dr. Cogswell's testimony. Often in first-degree cases, gunshots are fired back to back to back to back. I don't think it matters that the stabs happen. If the stabs happen 1 second after 1 second, you still have 60 seconds of stab wounds.
Yeah, that
So
is not
respectfully,
passion.
The state will always trust the sound discretion of the court, but respectfully, I believe that the law supports no instruction on voluntary manslaughter.
Yeah, I'm not.
A well-written motion.
I'm on her side on this.
If the court knows my modus operandi, I would love to be able to go through this with a fine-tooth comb and shepherdize each case and look at any subsequent case law on it, and also search for case law that would provide perhaps the opposite conclusion if it existed. I doubt I.
So he was given the opportunity to go through it and look at it. Here's the next thing that happened.
Chen is in the courtroom. I'm pretty just after looking at each respective motions, let those sides know where I'm at the moment, and feel free to argue accordingly. As far as voluntary manslaughter in general, again, the threshold is not even a preponderance. I'm not saying this even not even an arrestable thing. However, it seems like the evidence shows that the defendant in this case were in a relationship, that at the time this happened, there was some type of argument, there was a heat of passion, some type of heat of passion of some type, where, in a negative way, where there was an argument, a fight based on what the neighbor downstairs reported.
I'm going to
To the
figure out a way to
defendant,
get past that in the future because I think it's BS.
Again, while this would not
I should be able to interpret that for the deaf community when there is no interpreter.
taken the light most favorable to the defense,
Hell, it's like,
it seems that
hey guys, it's like our Super Bowl. They hire these interpreters and they Marley Matlin went ballistic, and I was with her. They have these interpreters, and they show them for 2 seconds, and that's it. They should be in a little picture like this. Well, no, not like that. Like this in the screen. Why pay the money you pay for an interpreter for an event like that and you don't freaking show them? I should be able to interpret this. The deaf community is being left out, and I am so grief stricken over it. I am angry that I cannot, and I'm going to, that I got tagged. I know I wasn't interpreting at the second. I did make my intentions clear that I was going to interpreting. I'm monitoring the situation. How in the hell am I supposed to know when to start? My bad. Okay, but we got to find a better way.
For voluntary manslaughter, that it should be at least be charged. You certainly argue that the element
Exactly.
satisfy that. At this point, that's where I am. Feel free to argue differently if you want.
I'm angry.
Mr. Weiss, I don't see any evidence of intoxication, other than the victim buying hemp, and the medical examiner's testimony was a little equivocal on that, but there was no, I don't recall any type of toxicology indicating any level of impairment on the victim. That's not even talking about the defendant, but that even substances were consumed that night. There might have been the wine bottles, but there's no evidence they were consumed that night. As far as self-defense as well, I don't think that's been fairly raised at this point either, simply because, the deadly force that was used, the victim to the defendant would have to be shown to be in reasonable fear of his life to use deadly force. I don't think that's been raised at all. That's where I am, so feel free to, either side wants to start.
I just notified Diane. I forgot I needed to let her know.
Your Honor, surprisingly, I concur with this correspondence regarding
Toxic and everybody, I appreciate your comments, but we got to keep the no politics, pineapples only. We can't. I understand I understand your point. I'm not saying I don't agree with you. I'm not saying I do, but we can't. I'm no offense. This is we can talk about those things on a members only live. But when it comes to that, yeah, we definitely can. Not to offend anybody. Yeah, right. You and me and what army? Me and what army? I can tell you the deaf community is getting to be very pissed because there's no interpretation of this. None. Oh, that's a singer. I was like, who in the heck is this?
You heard the testimony from.
Oh, I can't do this. He's singing in Italian.
Establishing a testimonial argument to play short.
No, he's not singing in Italian. He's singing in English, but I can't understand him.
The sounds of people running. She heard a woman, that's specifically a woman.
They got this fabulous singer.
So we heard that.
Operatic, Italian operatic singer.
And as far as Dr. Cogswell is concerned, it's court. Hate crime.
Yeah, I know.
Sustained by Ms.
Nobody cares. Nobody gives it.
Committed in
I will tell you, I give kudos to California, with LA, because they had interpreters, even though some of the people in the audience felt that they were a pain in the butt and they had to work around them. I don't give a rat's butt. At least the deaf community had access to interpreters, and they kept the camera on the group with the interpreters. They didn't just put it on the speaker and cut the interpreter off like they do. Why sit here in the middle of a disaster, have your speaker with an interpreter next to him, and then you zoom in on the speaker only? Deaf people are left out again. Yes, I'm on a tangent. I'm pissed. Once again, deaf people are excluded from historical events. Thank you, YouTube. I'm about ready to get kicked off of YouTube, I'm sure. Watch them kick me off for this.
provocation doesn't necessarily have to be a physical provocation. It can be an emotional or psychological Then there's, the Tennessee courts have repeatedly held that voluntary manslaughter, instructions are appropriate when there's evidence of adequate provocation, heat, passion, cases of State v. Williams, State v. Eli. It's not this court's role to assess whether the defendant's serious case is credible, whether it is.
I'll be right-
Any evidence in the record here, the combination of the eyewitness accounts, forensic testimony, the textual evidence, the court's conclusion of voluntary manslaughter.
Does the state want to argue anything beyond what's already argued?
Your Honor, again, the state understands the court's position. We disagree with it. And there's been holdings that by the Tennessee Supreme Court and Court of Appeals that, quote, it is true as a general rule that no provocation by words alone will reduce the crime of murder to that of manslaughter. So even if an argument is established, the state still doesn't believe that's enough for the record, but the state accepts and understands the court's analysis on voluntary manslaughter.
Okay. So based on what was presented in the court, again, for the record, the court's not finding either fashion to the degree that the jury needs to find it, but to the degree that it gets charged where it's less than preponderance, taking the light most favorable to the defense. I do think that the fact that the victim and the defendant were in a relationship, that they had an argument to the degree that it woke up a neighbor downstairs, was an argument that got physical, or I should take, there was definitely some footsteps involved during this particular passionate argument. So taking the light most favorable to the defense, I think we will charge voluntary manslaughter.
Your Honor, in regards to voluntary intoxication, the court will remember that when everyone entered the Jason's Chen apartment, we pointed out the ball on the desk. And so that was present throughout this entire case. That was well known. So we know that there were drugs in the.
Hello, guys. I have a special visitor here. Hi, Benny. Welcome. Yes, I am on a tear, but right now we're listening to the court. I'll be right back.
So there could also be an inference that she, I mean, when you buy end products, I would assume that you would buy them to use them. So there is it is a low threshold. There is no proof that Ms. Pace or the defendant was intoxicated at the time, but that will prove the defendant. Obviously, there was no toxicology at the time, but for Ms. Pace, they did do toxicology, but because of an interfering substance, we don't know the THC content, if any, in this case. So that would give an inference that there was marijuana use. As far as wine, there's been talk about excessively open wine bottles that weren't finished, closed wine bottles. The court here heard about the glass. There was evidence that was introduced in the trial about the glass. I think that there is enough that raises enough about voluntary intoxication to include that as a jury.
You want to be heard?
Yeah, well, briefly, Judge, absolutely not. Because I have 40 bottles of wine and alcohol at my house right now does not mean that last night I was intoxicated. That's a silly argument. And there was no evidence of actual drugs in Mr. Chen's apartment. There was evidence of a bong. There was also evidence presented by multiple witnesses that the apartment had no smell of marijuana. The standard is not that you show that there was alcohol in a bong in a house. The standard would be that you show with sufficient proof that either party, but this is the argument that Mr. Chen was intoxicated at the time of the offense. There has been absolutely zero proof of that. There was proof that the victim had no wine in her system at the time of the offense. Dr. Coswell testified that it should have still been in her system by the time the medical examiner's office took her blood, and cannabinoids actually had been tested and came back with a negative result according to Dr. Coswell. This does not meet the standard in any way, shape, or form of voluntary intoxication. In fact, under this argument, in every single case of murder where there was alcohol or bong in a house, then we've got a good argument for voluntary intoxication. That's not the standard.
All right, on this one, the court doesn't find that there was evidence of any intoxication, by either party, much less by the defendant. So I think that as low as the standard is to charge voluntary intoxication. There's such a paucity of evidence in this particular situation, the court's not going to charge voluntary intoxication.
In regards to self-defense, so first, I'm sorry, with the opening, there was an argument that could have been made that the defendant acted in self-defense. The defense's theory, however, is that the defendant overreacted and reacted excessively. And so self-defense isn't proper in this case. However, it is the province of the jury to decide whether or not if that was self-defense. The jury could think that the defense is wrong and that he didn't have a duty to retreat, he didn't have, and he didn't overreact. They could, however unlikely, could think that. They could think the defense's theory is wrong. As far as the proof at trial, Dr. Cogswell talked about the contusion on the side of his face, which is corroborative of the defense's opening, that he kicked her and she fell back. It is indicative that the broken glass is also probative of that same incident where it falling back. We can see that something happens in the kitchen, living room area, but it ends up in the bedroom. How they get back there and all those different things, the proof that came into the trial could show, or I'm sorry, the proof that did come to the trial could lead a reasonable juror to believe that Mr. Chen was acting in self-defense at first and then overreacted as well.
State one for a minute.
Your Honor, the defense just said, quote, self-defense isn't proper in this case, pointing to opening statement. Mr. White is really ignorant of the law in the state of Tennessee, and further, the idea that there's evidence that Mr. Chen kicked Ms. Pace is only evidence of further abuse. It is not evidence of any type of self-defense. And so the state, again, would ask that self-defense is a higher standard than voluntary manslaughter when it comes to adequate provocation. There has been no proof presented by the state or the defense that Mr. Chen could have or did act in self-defense. It is not deserving of an instruction.
All right, on this particular issue, what we do have is that the defendant, I believe, is 6'1", and large individual. The victim's size is barely 5 feet, around 100 pounds. The only evidence of anyone having a deadly weapon is the defendant. There's no evidence that the defendant was put in a reasonable state of fear where he could have believed that self-defense would have been justified. So I don't think that self-defense has been fairly raised by the proof the court has heard, so that the request for self-defense instruction be denied.
Sure.
Okay. It is 15 to 11. A couple ways we can do this. I'd like to go ahead and need to prepare these charges. I did, as the parties know, I did have self-defense, voluntary intoxication in there for which your day would bring. I need to tweak the jury instructions. I'd like to go ahead and charge them. It'll probably take us to 11:40-ish, 11:50-ish, I would think. We can take a lunch break, come back and close at that point, or just go straight to closing after that.
Your Honor, the state would prefer that the court instruct the jury and then closing arguments be after lunch back to back. I would prefer the closing arguments not be split up. I don't think that's the best way to do it. And also in terms of jury instructions, there's a blank when it's the abuse of corpse instruction. There's a blank for that second prong that includes disposing of a body in a way that's in violation of Tennessee Code annotated and it's blank. We would argue that that would be under TCA 39-14-505, which is aggravated criminal littering. It makes it aggravated if the littering, the matter of littering is over 10 pounds.
First time I had one of these, so that require a jury instruction on aggravated littering so they can find out if there's a violation of it.
I think our jury instructions do contemplate the elements of the predicate offense to be instructed.
All right, let me tweak these instructions. We'll be in recess until that's done. I'm not sure when it'll be, hopefully next 15 or 20 minutes. I'll give the parties a copy before we bring up to it.
Thank you, Judge.
Thank you.
Also, the written statements that were collected and no one's really done.
That's a good one.
Good to go. Was that ready to proceed? Bring your jury in when they're ready, please. All right, please be seated. Listen, I'm about to read final jury instructions. Please pay attention. You don't have to write them down. You will all have a copy. There will be at least one, probably several copies back in the jury room as you deliberate. attention because the issues that are in these instructions do pertain to the issues that came out here in trial. So there may be one or two things that you see that you want to follow up with. Of course, the parties will follow up with them as well when they do their regular closings. Members of the jury, the evidence in this case has been completed. You will now be instructed as to the law applicable in the case. This covers your duties and the general rules that apply in every case. It also covers the offenses that are charged and included in the presentment and lists their elements. It includes some rules that you must use in evaluating particular testimony and evidence. Finally, it also includes the rules that you must follow during your deliberations in the jury room, and the possible verdicts that you may return.
Your Honor, I'm sorry. Are you intending for this to be scrolled?
Actually,
Didn't know. I apologize.
No. Thank you, Tim. It is your duty to carefully consider all these instructions. The order in which these instructions are given is no indication of their relative importance. Moreover, do not assume that because a particular instruction is given, it suggests anything about the facts of this case. You should not single out any one or more instructions to the exclusion of one or more others, but you should consider each instruction in light of and harmony with the others. Count 1 of presentment 315-228 charges the defendant, Jason Chen, with the offense of first-degree premeditated murder on or about November 23rd, 2022, Hamilton County, Tennessee. This charge includes the following offenses: first-degree premeditated murder, second-degree murder, voluntary manslaughter, aggravated assault, reckless homicide, reckless aggravated assault, criminally negligent homicide, assault, and reckless endangerment. Count 2, the presentment 315-228, charges the defendant, Jason Chen, with the offense of abuse of a corpse on or about November 23rd, 2022, in Hamilton County, Tennessee. This charge includes the following offense: abuse of a corpse. The presentment in this case is the formal written accusation charging the defendant with one or more crimes. It is not evidence. It does not create any inference of guilt. To presentment 315-228, the defendant, Jason Chen, pleads not guilty. The plea operates in law as a denial of every allegation of guilt contained in the presentment and every element of fact in the offenses charged in the presentment. The law presumes that the defendant is innocent of the charges against him. This presumption remains with the defendant throughout every stage of the trial and is not overcome unless from all.
Hey guys, I'm here. You're dealing with a little office thing here. Everything's fine. I'm going to let y'all keep listening to him. I'll be right back.
The state has the burden of proving the guilt of the defendant beyond a reasonable doubt. This burden never shifts, but remains on the state throughout the trial of the case. The defendant is not required to prove his innocence. Reasonable doubt is that doubt created by an investigation of all the proof in the case and an inability after such investigation to let the mind rest easily as to the certainty of guilt. Absolute certainty of guilt is not demanded by the law to convict of any criminal charge, but moral certainty is required, and this certainty is required as to every element of proof necessary to constitute the offense. The state has the burden of proving beyond a reasonable doubt all of the elements of the offense, and that the offense was committed before the presentment was found and returned on March 3rd, 2023. The state has the burden of proving by a preponderance of the evidence that an offense charged or included in the presentment was committed in Hamilton County, Tennessee. Proof by preponderance of the evidence means that the greater weight of the evidence must be in support of the state's contention. The venue of an offense lies in the county where the offense was commenced or consummated. If you find that the state has failed to prove by preponderance of the evidence that an offense charged or included in the presentment was commenced or consummated in Hamilton County, Tennessee, you must return a verdict of not guilty. At times during the trial, the court has ruled upon the admissibility of evidence. Do not concern yourself with these rulings, either by such rulings, these instructions, or any other remarks that I've made. Do I mean to indicate any opinion as to the facts as to what your verdict should be. Statements, arguments, and remarks of counsel are intended to help you in understanding the evidence and applying the law, but they are not evidence. If any statements were made that you believe are not supported by the evidence, you should disregard them. You are the exclusive
Okay, guys,
judge
I'm
of
back.
the
I'm
facts.
sorry. We had a little heart attack here. I'll
Also the
explain in a
exclusive
minute.
judge of the law
We're all good.
under the direction of the court. You
This
should
day
apply the
sucks.
law to the facts in deciding this case. You should consider all the evidence in the light of your own observations and experience in life. Any person who commits the offense of first-degree premeditated murder is guilty of a crime. For you to find the defendant guilty of this offense, the state must have proven beyond a reasonable doubt the existence of the following essential elements. 1, that the defendant unlawfully killed the victim, and 2, that the defendant acted intentionally, and 3, killing was premeditated. In the context of this offense, the person acts intentionally when it is the person's conscious objective or desire to cause the death of the alleged victim. A premeditated act is one done after the exercise of reflection and judgment. Premeditation means that the intent to kill must have been formed prior to the act itself. It is not necessary that the purpose to kill pre-exist in the mind of the accused for any definite period of time. The mental state of the accused at the time he allegedly decided to kill must be carefully considered in order to determine whether the accused was sufficiently free from excitement and passion as to be capable of premeditation. If the design to kill was formed with premeditation, it is immaterial that the accused may have been in a state of passion.
It was premeditated. I know that courtroom is so messy. You guys, they have what appears to be an entire bedroom of carpet and a hallway of carpet in that hotel room. Oh, Billy Graham's son is speaking at the inaugural. I can't interpret it, Miss Di.
And I can't.
I can't. I got copyrighted strike. They shut my stream down. I had to take a quick test to get and I've been marked for 60 days or whatever, 2 months. In April, my mark will go down because I was sharing a third party live and I had an every intention of interpreting it. And now I got dinged. Wait, say that?
They won't let you do live court.
No, I'm talking the inauguration.
Oh, well, that sucks.
We cannot interpret the inauguration. There is only one channel that has captioning and it sucks. And we're not allowed to interpret the inauguration. Nobody is interpreting it. That is a huge ADA conflict, is it not?
Yeah. Oh, I'm sure they'll have interpreters there.
No, there's not a freaking interpreter there. They have a wide screen of the rotunda. There's no interpreter there. None.
Wow.
And there's a deaf person that works at the White House, or used to. I don't know if she still does. No interpreter at the ceremony. I'm watching. None.
What
And
are
I
you
can't
watching on?
interpret. Huh?
What-
I'm watching it on the official inaugurational live. I watched it on several of the news feeds live. There are no interpreters for the deaf. And they just spelled Vance's wife's name wrong in the captioning. I like this guy. So it's the live is the 60th inaugurational ceremonies, and it is the Joint Congressional Committee and whatever. So it's the official.
I'm just trying to bring it up in a split screen so I can see it.
Oh, I have it in split screen. I'll share the link if you'd like.
Yes, please.
But there is no freaking interpreting. It's in the comments. Copy it from the comments.
All right, love. Give me a second.
But yeah, Dr. Graham is up there right now.
La 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 la.
He just finished the prayer.
I'm looking for the comments. Where are the comments?
They're right now. They are right now. I'll put it in. They are right now. He's getting ready to take the actual oath.
Yeah, I'm looking for her.
I'm sending it to you in Messenger.
Okay, I found it. I found it.
And here come these children. I don't know who these children are. Oh, is this the grandchildren to Vance? Who are these kids coming in?
It won't come up. Send it to me and send it to me in Facebook.
It is so frustrating that we
Yeah, I got you.
Vance has taken his, so those were his kids.
Facebook. AdaKay. Where's AdaKay?
Hold on, I'm going to mute you. Okay, guys, what's going to happen? We are going to go ahead and I'm going to pop Diane and I in a split big window. We are going to take this time of a break and I'm going to get rid of that. I'm going to get rid of this and we are going to allow Miss Diane to interpret Trump's swearing in. I paused it, so you're doing it now. Diane is now interpreting for the deaf Mr. Trump's oath of office. They did a boo-boo. Congratulations, Mr. Trump. You are now President of the United States of America. Ba-dum, 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 dun, dun, da-dum, dun. All right. So he took it exactly at noon. Their time. He is official. It is done. The power has now transferred over to Trump. And his wife looks. She is wearing a black long suit dress with a white trim, with a collar trimmed in white. She is wearing a black short bell round hat with a white ribbon. She is very classy with her hair and a beautiful oath. ADHD and everybody on this, I will delete any and all those kind of comments. This is historical. This is not, we're not doing those. I'm not trying to be mean. This is historical. This is not, I'm not politicking here. I have said before, it does not matter what or whom you voted in. This is a historical moment and I'm providing it for the deaf community. No comments of such. I'm not trying to be mean, but no, we're not going to be making comments of that kind. I know not everybody's happy with the choice. No one ever is. I will never share I'm going to mute it now because I can't hear everything and talk at the same time. But understand, I love every single one of you and I respect every single one of your opinions and your beliefs and your faiths. I'm asking that no negative comments about our presidents today. We don't politic here. This is history and I'm providing it to the deaf community the best I can. So, Mr. President, is Trump. I respect the office. If you don't respect the person, that's fine. I'm not trying to be mean, but I won't tolerate that here. Okay, we're going to switch back over to the court feed where Miss Diane and I will be focusing on that now.
Passion or excitement when the design was carried into effect.
Okay, we are now in what is called jury instructions.
If the decision to kill is first formed during the heat of passion, the accused commits the act after the passion has subsided.
Do you still have sound? Okay.
Second-degree murder is guilty of a crime. We define the defendant guilty of this offense. The state must have proven beyond a reasonable doubt the existence of the following essential elements. One, that the defendant unlawfully killed the alleged victim, and two, the defendant acted knowingly. The distinction between voluntary manslaughter and second-degree murder is that voluntary manslaughter requires that the killing result from a state of passion produced by adequate provocation from the alleged victim, sufficient to lead a reasonable person to act in an irrational manner. In the context of this offense, the person acts knowingly when the person acts with an awareness that his or her conduct is reasonably certain to cause the death of the alleged victim.
How come other people are allowed to watch? What?
Intentionally. In the context of this offense, a person acts intentionally when the person acts with a conscious objective or desire to cause the death of the alleged victim. Any person who commits voluntary manslaughter is guilty of a crime. Redefine the defendant guilty of this offense. The state must have proven beyond a reasonable doubt the existence of the following essential elements. One, that the defendant unlawfully killed the alleged victim, and two, that the defendant acted intentionally or knowingly, and three, that the killing resulted from a state of passion produced by adequate provocation from the alleged victim, sufficient to lead a reasonable person to act in an irrational manner. The distinction between voluntary manslaughter and second-degree murder is that voluntary manslaughter requires that the killing result from a state of passion produced by adequate provocation from the alleged victim, sufficient to lead a reasonable person to act in an irrational manner. Passion means any of the human emotions known as anger, rage, sudden resentment, terror, or similar emotions, which renders the mind incapable of cool reflection. In the context of this offense, a person acts intentionally when it is the person's conscious objective or desire to cause the death of the alleged victim. In the context of this offense, a person acts knowingly when a person acts with an awareness that his or her conduct is reasonably certain to cause the death of the alleged victim. Any person who commits the offense of aggravated assault is guilty of a crime. To find the defendant guilty of this offense, the state must have proven beyond a reasonable doubt.
Diane, are you okay?
I'm trying to get my words. They're
Live captioning.
Where?
Go under search. Do you know on your main taskbar where it says search for your, let me pause it. Okay. go to your search at the bottom of, that main search on your page where you search for programs and such.
Yes.
Put live caption in that search and it should pop up.
I'm looking for the search
Are you on a Mac or a PC?
Mac. No,
Oh.
no, yeah. Mac.
Okay.
Okay, I found this up top.
It may be up at the top for you. Live caption. Okay, I have got to take a comfort break. We're going to keep this running while she looks. I'm going to turn off your sound and put me on stop cam.
Physical pain or temporary illness or impairment of the function of a bodily member, organ, or mental faculty. In the context of this offense, a person acts intentionally with respect to the nature or result of his or her conduct when it is the person's conscious objective or desire to engage in the conduct or cause the result. In the context of this offense, a person acts knowingly with respect to the nature of circumstances surrounding or result of his or her conduct, and the person is aware of the nature of the conduct that the circumstances exist, so that the conduct is reasonably certain to cause the result. Any person who commits the offense of reckless homicide is guilty of a crime. If you find the defendant guilty of this offense, the state must have proven beyond a reasonable doubt the existence of the following essential elements. 1, that the defendant killed the alleged victim, and 2, that the defendant acted recklessly. In the context of this offense, a person acts recklessly and the person is aware of, but consciously disregards, a substantial and unjustifiable risk that the alleged victim will be killed. The risk must be of such a nature and degree that its disregard constitutes a gross deviation from the standard of care that an ordinary person would exercise under all the circumstances as viewed from the accused person's standpoint. The requirement of recklessness is also established if it is shown that the defendant acted intentionally or knowingly. In the context of this offense, the person acts intentionally when it is the person's conscious objective or desire to cause the death of the alleged victim. In the context of this offense, a person acts knowingly when the person is aware that his or her conduct is reasonably certain to cause the death of the alleged victim. Any person who commits the offense of reckless aggravated assault is guilty of a crime. When you find the defendant guilty of this offense, the state must have proven beyond a reasonable doubt the existence of the following essential elements. 1, that the defendant recklessly caused bodily injury to another, and 2, that the act resulted in the death of another. Bodily injury includes a cut, abrasion, bruise, burn, disfigurement, and physical pain or temporary illness or impairment of the function of a bodily member, organ, or mental faculty. In the context of this offense, a person acts recklessly with respect to circumstances surrounding the conduct or the result of his or her conduct the person is aware of, but consciously disregards a substantial and unjustifiable risk that the circumstances exist or the result will occur. The risk must be of such a nature and degree that its disregard constitutes a gross deviation from the standard of care that an ordinary person would exercise under all the circumstances as viewed from the accused person's standpoint. The requirement of recklessness is also established if it is shown that the defendant acted intentionally or knowingly. In the context of this offense, a person acts intentionally with respect to the nature or result of his or her conduct when it is the person's conscious objective or desire to engage in the conduct.
Hello, Dr. B. Butter.
In the context of this offense, a person acts knowingly.
Hold on.
With respect.
Yes, ma'am.
My captioning is behind my bar on the bottom. How do I move my bar?
Right click on the bar. Put your arrow not on a blank space, not on any other program, but on a blank space of the bar. Right click.
Okay.
And you should be able to tell it to hide.
Oh.
So when you're not.
Oh, thank you.
Huh?
Yes.
And then now do you see, now move your cursor off of the bar area.
Yeah.
Did it drop down and hide?
Yeah.
And you can see captioning.
Now I need to bring that little thing back up. So-
Yeah. Go
How
live
to do it.
captioning again. While we're doing this, let's take a break. I need to explain to everybody what's happened. We've had one hell of a bad morning. We are watching trial, but I also had the inauguration up because there's no interpreter. There's crappy captioning on one YouTube channel only, and nobody else is captioning. And we were going to interpret the inauguration ceremony itself when he took the oath, not the whole thing, for the deaf community. And I got zinged. They shut me down. I had to take this quick quiz, which, yeah, right, whatever. And now I got a ding for an entire 60 days till April the 20th. It will be on my record. And I am very much upset about that. But that's life. I was trying to bring access to the deaf community. Then my son, at the same time, this was hitting me, and my live was shut down, and I had to reboot and do all that. My son got information that they're doing an insurance audit on the business. And we're like, "Ah." So we're calmed down. The nails are off of the wall. We're sliding down the wall now. We've never had such a thing before. So anyway, Diane and I interpreted Vice President Vance's, and Diane interpreted the president. So a deaf person wants to see the interpretation of what is actually said, they can come check us out. Meanwhile, we are now back to Judge Patterson's and the case with Jason Chen. We are getting the jury instructions. For those who were not here earlier, the day started with Jason Chen acknowledging that he understood his rights to testify or not testify. He chose not to testify, which, I mean, everybody thought he would. I actually thought he might. So he did not testify. The defense then rested their case in chief. Then the prosecution brought up a motion to exclude involuntary manslaughter. They did not feel that they had proven in their part of the case that this was a crime of passion. The judge is allowing that to stay, and we are now in jury instructions. Welcome aboard, everybody. I'm AdaKay. This is Diane's gulping her last sip of coffee or tea or water or whatever. Coffee. Yep. And then I had a friend bring me a cup of coffee. Yay. But anyway, with that, we're going to go back into the courtroom. Everybody, thank you for sticking around for all of the shenanigans. We are apologizing so much for the case, the crap that's happened this morning. I do know that there was a couple of deaf people in the community who wanted to come on and watch it with us live. I am going to have to backpedal and do some apologizing. Once again, the deaf community is left out of everything because there is no interpreter, and once again, it sucks.
Yes, it does.
You're deaf. You say you can read. No, English is not. People think American Sign Language is English words on the hand, and it is not. And the concepts and everything are different. So with that, I have my first class tonight in American Sign Language that I'll be teaching. So guess what I'm going to be doing? Discussing this. All right, here we go to court.
Nature of circumstances surrounding or result of his or her conduct, and the person is aware of the nature of the conduct, that the circumstances exist, that the conduct is reasonably certain to cause the result. Any person who commits criminally negligent homicide is guilty of a crime. For you to find the defendant guilty of this offense, the state must have proven beyond a reasonable doubt the existence of the following essential elements. One, that the defendant's conduct resulted in the death of the alleged victim, and two, that the defendant acted with criminal negligence. A person acts with criminal negligence when the person ought to be aware of a substantial and unjustified. What this court has said in its final instructions must follow the court's instructions. Ladies and gentlemen, those instructions, it is 12:20 Terry, can you put on with this? Going off campus, so we're gonna take an hour and a half lunch, so we determined that be prepared, so we already will probably lengthy. It's 12:20, so parties and jury be back here at 10 minutes to 2.
Okay, I was able to switch my live to get off of another person's I didn't want to be on. Sorry, guys. Okay. They got the sound fixed on the mainstream from the news media. Yay. Thank you, Jesus. So that's good to go. I'm going to take this off now because I don't have to.
Any of the parties to bring up before we take our lunch recess?
After the reading of the jury instructions, it's what got some of the objections, just a question for the court. Do you perceive there to be an issue with the use of court's instructions? Because, well, first off, I'm not sure if that's a continuing offense, but if it's not a continuing offense, then the state would be required to make a actually of offense. So I've never encountered that situation before. I haven't researched this slightly. I don't know.
Please, you see it. Basically, the state has alleged a series of use of force that is treated in a manner that offended the sensibilities of an ordinary person, and two, that it was in violation of a law.
If he's found guilty of that offense, we won't know of which one.
Do you want to get a response to that?
No, Your Honor, I'm actually not sure under this statute whether election is required. If the court wants to play it safe and require that the jury pick one or the other, maybe that's the safest route to go, but I haven't looked up, the jury instruction says or. So we can research it, but I'm also for appellate review purposes, fine with requiring the jury to choose which one.
I do know that we've given it to juries, like aggravated burglary cases, for example, felony theft or assault is the indictment that's been found to be fine. So I don't think there's no problem so far. To be safe, I may add in that final form your use of the corpse one or two periods that have to check one or the other.
You could do that. It also makes me think of aggravated assault. We are not required to elect under which category of aggravated assault. So I'm not sure if it's analogous or not, but we're not required to elect. It can
Fine so far, just whether or not
Sure.
the jury instruction should be tweaked.
Aggravated assault, I think, is a continuing offense. I don't know if the use of force is, and I guess it could be. But
Based on the littering component of it, of course, I think it probably lends itself to the fact that it might be. Right? The litters.
I never considered this.
Okay, let's do this then. Do one more thing I get to look at over lunch. You guys enjoy lunch. I'll get ready for your closing, I should say, and I'll let you know what I find.
Thank you, Judge.
Recess until 1:50.
Okay, so we are now on break until 1:50 their time. I guess that maybe be 12:15 our time. I have no idea.
That was very good. That was very, very good.
What?
That was very, very good.
What was good?
You're interpreting.
You were watching me?
Yes,
It was hard to hear.
I know, but it was still very, very good.
Are you just trying to make me feel good on a day I feel like holy crap?
Nope.
Y'all, you got to understand, she and I don't mince words. If it's not good, she's going to tell you, girl, we need to talk.
Child, we need to have go Jesus meeting.
All right. Yes. We need to take a minute to breathe because right now I am furious
Yeah.
I understand YouTube has its rules, and I'm very appreciative of YouTube, and I love YouTube. I don't make any money off of YouTube yet. I don't have that kind of support, but half of the main reason why I started this was, well, no, not that. The secondary reason, I wanted to provide access to certain things for the deaf community that don't get access. This is a perfect example. There's nothing out there accessible for, and one channel had closed captioning, and they called Dr. Graham Dr. Broham in the captioning. I'm like, what?
I know. They're nuts. Absolutely crazy.
I'm just people don't understand how much myself as a deaf person, but also both of us as advocates for deaf people have to fight for what should be something automatic.
Yeah.
Period.
Yeah.
Automatic. A
And
picture in window like this is all you need, and not even that big at best. I'm like, I got to get you and I back on together now. Well, there it is. And you're bigger than I am because you're interpreting more than I was. But I just hate that a historical moment. I don't care what side of the boat you're on, Democrat, Republican, whatever. I don't care. It's the right to access is what's pissing me off. And I was trying to provide that access.
They don't understand.
They don't want to understand because they don't want to spend the money, but yet they want to make the bazillion millions off of it, but they don't want to spend $1,000.
Yeah.
But they'll spend $1,000 on a damn cigar at dinner.
Or a plane ticket to go play.
Yeah, I knew an attorney who, when he was on a case, every day after the case, he would go have a cigar. That was his little thing he did to try to,
That was his reward.
not reward, but try to relax and come down because the de-stressor. And when someone said, well, how much do you charge for that cigar? And he goes, it's $1,000 cigar charge. I said, isn't that a little excessive? And he goes, no, because I'm also charging the time that I take to smoke it because I'm also coming down from the case. I'm still on the clock. And I went, I won't hire you as an attorney.
Really?
But I totally forgot I had class tonight starting at 7.
Well, I'm glad you remembered.
Well, my problem is that I may have to take you guys on the road with me. If they're in deliberation, what I can do is take the iPad and the phone and everything with me to the place I'm going to be and then set up there and be like this, but there.
Yeah.
And in the classroom. And then while I'm teaching, I'll just have my little face, kind of blocked out like that or you can watch me teach live. You want to see how I teach?
Sure.
Yeah. Uh-huh.
Mm-hmm.
The first day of class is more of deaf culture, deaf history. Why is it important? What's the differences in sign languages and all that kind of good stuff. And a little bit of law. Well, I always throw in a little bit of law. And the last class I had scheduled, 2 ladies, a lady signed herself up and her friend, and then told her friend she's doing it with her. And they said I was inappropriate and it was uncomfortable. And the other people in the class were going, no, she was fabulous. Fabulous.
Oh, that's
And so long story short, they just didn't want to take the class. It was more work than they had that they had thought it was going to be.
Yeah.
To find out.
Yeah.
Ronnie, I got chat options. I just got noticed I've got what does that mean? What does chat options mean? I don't know what you're talking about, Haley Mouse. Let's take a look and see what they're doing. Let me turn the sound on.
Don't forget, you need to send me class information, hon.
I was just going to tell you I start tomorrow.
Yes, so send me class information tonight.
I shall.
Good.
And you will be used because this is history
That's good. I like it.
and government.
In which
Oh, yeah. I'll learn a lot.
Jason Chen
Oh.
stuffed the 98-pound body of Jasmine. That's where I'm going to begin the story. Except I want you to remember that as you hear evidence in the next week, that this is not a story like the one that you read in the novel.
I have got to get some papers filled out.
Okay, I'll just mute you. Okay.
All right.
Okay, this is earlier. Okay. So they're recapping. So if you guys missed it, we are recapping.
The suitcase was located in a brushy area just yards from the bank of the Tennessee River and right off of Scott Creek.
Oh, yay. That's awesome.
In it was the body of Jasmine Pace, who had been placed in a fetal position inside of 3 black trash bags. Her right ankle was handcuffed to her right wrist. Her left ankle had been shackled to her right arm. Her wounds were extensive. You will hear from Dr. Cogswell, the medical examiner for Hamilton County, who will describe those wounds in great detail. He stabbed her over and over and over again, not 7 times, not 29 times, not 43 times, but 60 stab wounds. One wound, a through and through, from the right side of the neck all the way through the left. Another so deeply penetrated her rib cage that the tip of the knife broke off into her lung. You will see the tip of that knife. The state of Tennessee is required to prove to you 3 elements.
Okay, these are her opening.
Murder. The first is that Jasmine was intentionally killed. The second is that it was with premeditation. You will hear facts and evidence. You will see photos. You will hear from witnesses that allow you to believe beyond a reasonable doubt that she was intentionally killed and that premeditation was involved. But the third element is that the state of Tennessee has to prove that he did it. I'm going to start from the beginning. The 2 of them had been seeing each other, Jason and Jasmine. On Tuesday, November 22nd, 2022, the week of Thanksgiving, Jasmine left her home and drove to Jason's apartment, a 1-bedroom apartment where he lived by himself. She was never heard from again after November 23rd. After November 23rd, 2022, her friends and family never heard from her. She never returned home, and she missed Thanksgiving. Like most families would, they knew something was wrong. You will learn that Jasmine's family quickly suspected.
What is that?
All right. Hi, everyone. This is Meg Doyle here, and I'm joined with Mary Beth. We obviously have been covering the trial since it started last Monday, and today the defense rested their case, but it started off with Jason Chen going up to the podium and the judge speaking to him. Never once did he face the audience while he was speaking. He was directly just looking at the judge. The judge asked him if he was going to choose to testify, and he did not have to. It's within his constitutional rights to deny testifying. And the judge did say, if you choose to testify, you are going to be under, scrutinization by the state during cross-examinations. General Womp would have had the chance to speak with Jason Chen, and, just based on her cross-examinations to this point, it would have been pretty relentless, we could imagine. So Jason Chen chose to not testify. And so then the defense rested their case. And after that, the state raised a motion. They wanted to exclude any lesser offense. They only wanted to go for first-degree murder, which means, obviously the defense, they're going for voluntary manslaughter is the charge that they were trying to prove, not and showing that, there was no premeditation. But the state argued that the defense had zero proof of adequate provocation, is what it's called. So what that means is that someone does something that makes another person so angry that they lose control and do something they normally would not do. So the state was arguing that the defense showed zero evidence, and there's been zero evidence throughout this whole trial of adequate provocation. Excuse me, that's a tongue twister. Adequate provocation. So obviously the state just wants the one first-degree murder charge. They don't want that second option of second-degree murder or third option of voluntary manslaughter. They're really gunning for the first-degree murder charge. So there was some deliberation, and the defense said that because of a few things, the downstairs neighbor, she heard screaming. She was woken up by a scream. And there was also Dr. Cogswell, the medical examiner, talked about the pattern of Chen's stabbing and how it was kind of frenzied and erratic, which also supports the statement that, maybe this was the crime of passion. And so the judge ultimately agreed with the defense and said, due to the neighbor hearing screaming, the fact that Jasmine Pace and Jason Chen were in a relationship, the judge said there seems to have been some sort of argument leading up to her death. And along with the fact of what Dr. Cogswell said about the pattern that she was stabbed in and how it was kind of all central in one area. So the judge said they will be charging voluntary manslaughter and denied the state's motion for that. And then the next motion the defense tried to argue was voluntary intoxication. Now, the state said there was no evidence of actual drugs or drinking. They noted multiple times that there was a bong on Jason Chen's desk, but in the autopsy of Jasmine Pace, the medical examiner said there was no alcohol in her stomach, in her system, her blood alcohol. There was nothing. She tested negative for any type of drugs, including marijuana. So the defense tried to say that because there was hemp purchased on the day that she died, that, if you purchase hemp on this day, you're going to use it, but there was no actual proof of that. And so the judge ultimately said, since there's no proof, that they will not be charging voluntary intoxication. And now the third thing that the defense was trying to get a motion passed for was self-defense. Now, the defense knew this was a long shot, but Weiss said the jury could think it is self-defense, which the state said that, Chen hit Jasmine Pace before the stabbing incident occurred. So they said there's just no proof of self-defense in this matter. And the judge agreed with the state on this. He brought up Chen's size versus Pace's size, and Chen is, 6'1", 180 pounds, and Jasmine Pace is just, 5 feet, not even 100 pounds. So the self-defense is not justified. So that charge was also denied. And so it was a very interesting deliberation that took up the majority of the morning until it got to jury instructions, which Mary Beth is going to recap a little. That portion also took about an hour just to go through all the instructions for the jury. But Mary Beth, did I miss anything? Is there anything you want to touch on that you thought kind of surprised you at all?
No, yeah. I guess first what we can do is go over some of the potential verdicts that the jury could come to when they do reach that deliberation phase. So all of these charges for count one, Jason Chen can either be found not guilty of all of them or guilty of one of these counts. So it's first-degree premeditated murder, second-degree murder, voluntary manslaughter, aggravated assault, reckless homicide, reckless aggravated assault, criminally negligent homicide, assault, or reckless endangerment. And the jury can also, go ahead and find him not guilty of all of those charges. Now, he's also facing a second count that would be guilty of abuse of a corpse, or not guilty. Now, when it came to those jury instructions, it is, the jury's job in these cases to determine the guilt or, the innocence of the defendant in this case. One thing that Judge Boyd Patterson said is that absolute certainty is not required, but moral certainty in this case is, and that the statements the jury don't believe are supported by the evidence presented in this case, those should be disregarded by the jury. Now, we'll go into a little bit more of what they're able to do. So the jury is free to believe all, none, or some of the witness testimony that we've heard in these 7 days of this trial. The jury can consider the reputation of truthfulness or any sort of special reasons that a witness may have to be honest or dishonest in this trial. And they can also decide who they believe or what testimony matches the evidence that was presented in this case. They also do not have to believe the opinion of the expert witnesses that was, shown in this trial, or if there is a part of that testimony that they believe, they can choose to go ahead and believe that portion while disregarding the others if there is any form of, if there's any sort of disagreement to the testimony that we've heard so far, any form of contradiction, the jury may be able to decide what they believe in that case. And one thing that they also mentioned, Meg, you mentioned that Jason Chen did make the choice to not testify today. The jury cannot use that. They cannot use Chen's choice to not testify as guilt because it is the responsibility of the state in this case to prove his guilt regardless. So right now we are currently in a break in court. So once that returns, we should return about 10 minutes from 2 p.m. So we should be back in session at around that time. That's what we're thinking. But that's about all that we have right now to update you on. And we'll be sure to check back in if anything changes or if that jury does go into deliberation.
Yeah, absolutely. And, one more thing to note is that when break is over and court is back in session, there will be closing arguments is what we're expecting to hear from both sides. And Judge Patterson did say that he's expecting those closing arguments to take up a substantial amount of time. So after closing arguments, then it's most likely that jury deliberation will begin. But again, there's no way of knowing how long that's going to take. If we'll know a decision today or tomorrow, we just don't know yet. But of course, we will continue to be posting on both of our social medias updates when court is back in session. So feel free to follow along, as well as the live stream will be back up and running just before 2 o'clock.
Okay. You could have hopped in there at any time. You know that, right?
This stuff done, I'm on time frame.
I kept doing deliberation as this, and that's argument, it's discussions.
That's right. That
Well,
is
they do argue. They do argue. That could be arguing too. So yeah,
absolutely.
they
I
could
would
be doing
agree
that.
so.
Oh, this to me is just a talking discussion
Or this.
or this, but that hurts me today. So this is easier. I'm having some pain in the joints because of the cold weather. Sometimes our sign usage choices are based on pain level. This doesn't hurt as much as that hurts. True.
True, true, and true some more.
I speaking the truth to you, honey.
Yes,
I's
yes,
telling the truth now.
yes,
As my old friend Johnny used to say, I's telling you. I's blind. I's colorblind. I can't see. He d-
Okay.
he was the guy that I worked with in the mental state hospital and forensically mentally insane he was, but he kept thinking that if you're colorblind, that means you're blind. He didn't understand
Oh,
the difference.
that's not it.
Eyes blind. I mean, I'm mimicking exactly how he talked, and it was that pitch. I think I'm close to it. I may not be exactly. Haley Mouse, Hilda B, thank you for liking. Ronnie, thank you so much for being here. Dr. B, thank you for being here. One oh sunny day has been here. Thank you so much, everybody, for joining me back again. ADHD, thank you so much. Love, we appreciate you so much. I enjoy having Benny. Hi,
How,
Benny.
how is our fella that got the job
Hi, Toxic. I love.
with the food store solving their problems?
Huh?
He got the job being their tech person. He had longer hair.
Oh, yes. Hey, I don't know. We don't hear from him anymore.
Oh, that's sad. He was so nice. I bet he's overwhelmed.
I guess he is. You know, he's a gamer more than he is a YouTuber, so that wouldn't surprise me. I see him on Discord every once in a while. He's a good kid, Braxton.
Right.
We miss you, Braxton. We love you, Braxton.
Miss you much.
And Sneaky Side, she's got her own stuff going on. I haven't seen her in a little while. And that's fine. People, life goes on. People do things.
Yeah,
Um, it appears that anybody and everybody who tried to stream the inauguration got dinged.
really.
Well, but see, they were just restreaming it and commenting like we are, which is kind of what I was doing at the moment. But I made it very clear multiple times that I'm only watching this so I know where we are, because when we get to the ceremony, we were going to interpret it in ASL. But everybody got hit. I think that's ridiculous. I think some things, such as historical events, should not be dingable. But live and learn. So we're going to get back to her closing. Someone said, why does she have one glove? Because that's the hand she touches the suitcase with, so she doesn't contaminate it. I want to talk about the contamination of the crime scene in a minute. He is loving his job. I know that. Yeah, I know he loves his job. That is his cup of tea. And I adore him. He's awesome.
Who is that?
Braxton.
Oh, Braxton. Yes, I'm so glad he likes his job.
I sent him one of these as a thank you for all the help to me. This is used for gaming.
You will learn of other.
But I use it a lot when I'm typing and I'm doing a lot of work, because some of these buttons are programmed for copy paste,
How he did
margin
Really?
adjustments, and all that.
Critter.
Yep.
apartment complex on Mountain Creek Road so that it was no longer at his apartment building. He sent text messages to Jasmine's phone to try to create an alibi
Why is my thing all messed up again?
when she was dead inside of his apartment.
Because it just wants to be.
Well, I've got one's monitored. I'm down one monitor, so it affects my.
You will learn that police never found Jasmine Pace's phone, but they did find her SIM card. The small chip that goes into the side of our phones to store all of our phone's information, her SIM card was located Where was it? It was in a glasses case inside of Jason Chen's backpack that was in his possession when he was located by the Chattanooga Police Department.
See, I have
And
one
when
button.
you think that you
So
have
if I
seen
want to go
enough
to my
evidence
web,
that Jason Chen killed Jasmine Pace, you will be convinced that he stuffed her body in this suitcase after placing it in trash bags, because you will hear from a fingerprint expert. The fingerprint expert will tell you that Jason Chen's fingerprints were found on the innermost trash
let's see if
bag
it works.
that surrounded.
Why did the sound go away? Did the sound go away? Where's the sound,
First
y'all?
few days of
There it
trial,
is. I was
we're
having a
gonna
heart
see a
attack.
few witnesses that may
Don't do that. And watch your words.
bear with me.
What?
They are going
I
to
said,
be the foundation
don't
evidence
do that
you
and
will
be
see.
careful with your words.
Chattanooga
What
Police
did I
Department
say?
homicide
I'm
investigator.
having a heart attack.
Oh, it made me nervous.
It doesn't matter. Watch your words.
I changed it. It made me nervous.
That's very good. You will hear me tell people that I said, be careful. I don't agree. Normally I go, I don't agree with you. You know why? Because there's power in agreement. So, no, 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 no.
Nope, no, no, nope, no, no, nope, no, no, nope, no, 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 no.
True, 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 true.
Nope, no, no, nope, no, no, nope, no, no, nope, no, 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 no. Vocal exercises, yo.
Sliced, stabbed, packaged, and discarded Jasmine Pace. I ask that you carefully consider this evidence. The state of Tennessee will give you the dots, and you will.
Is this choppy to you guys?
What, her voice?
Mm-hmm.
I'm going to humbly ask that you find Jason Chen guilty of
She's
murder of
speaking in
Jasmine
phrases.
Pace and then of using her corpse. Thank you.
That suitcase is a little bigger than the suitcase that they used for that was used for the Sarah Boone trial. Just saying, y'all. It is a little different. It is a little different. So I'm trying to program my thing to do something. See, his is not on. Is it my ears or is it y'all? It's not coming across.
I can't hear him.
This is frustrating.
Yeah.
I don't want to have to go to the other channel. And I'm going to have to. And I don't want to.
Oh, come on.
Yeah, my sentiments exactly, Diane, right about now. Come on.
Ellie.
Okay, I'm going to mute you for a sec.
Voluntary manslaughter is the intentional or knowing killing of another.
I don't want to do this, but I'm going to have to. Did not want to do this. Let's see. Okay. Okay, they don't have anything on there, so we're just gonna have to. It is what it is. I apologize, guys. I really do. There's nothing I can do about it. It's on their end, but these are the closing arguments. It is something to have up while they're on lunch break. I am trying to get my YouTube channel's address. Let's see if that will be it. Copy, lay down.
Jason Chen is a first-generation Chinese American. He grew up in Nolensville.
Close.
His parents worked at a Chinese restaurant. One very heartbreaking.
Close.
Jason graduated from high
It's
school
not working.
college here at Chattanooga, University of Tennessee.
It not worky. I love this device. I don't use it enough. I should be using it more, and I'm not. It's great for gaming, but I don't use it for gaming. This is what I'm talking about. It's a mouse. Hold on. Where what?
Your mouse there.
Where to find it?
Uh-huh.
Oh, it's called Tour Box, one word, Elite. What do you need it for?
I like to look at it. T-O-U-R?
TOURBOX, all one word.
You'd be surprised how much time I spend at this computer.
But for some reason, it's not worky. Am I even connected? Oh, there it is. Now let's see if it works. Oh, that's not going bad. That's going to 2 bugs. Okay. Oh, I got to reset it. Not set this. Okay. Now it's set. Okay. I love this device. It's amazing. It's very complicated though, and it took me a little bit to, for some reason, this is not taking it. Right click, left click. Let me see. Right click, left. Oh, left click, right click. Okay.
You're going to see pictures of the apartment. This apartment is 500 square feet. You can get from the front door to the back door or back wall, less than 10 seconds walking. Very small apartment. In order to open one bottle of wine,
But I'll go through it later. I'm going to turn it off and just deal with it later. But I love it, love it, love it. I know Miss Diane's lipstick is absolutely fabulous. It's a purple plum color, correct?
Yes, it is called Plum. And it's lip sense. But my favorite of them is called Fire and Ice. It's more of a pink. I usually use the 2 of them. And it stays on and on and on and on and on.
I am getting, my scar is starting to show right there.
You're what?
I have a scar that's starting to show the more weight I lose.
I use some vitamin E cream. It will help.
Oh, it's a deep scar. It's been there forever.
It doesn't matter. It will help.
Ah, they haven't gone to closing yet. No, Dr. Bullbetter Braxton. It's just low. Well, I've got it 100% across the board gained. I cannot gain this up any louder. Let me go down here to the mic here, the speakers here. Yeah, everything is literally maxed. In fact, I'm getting warnings it's so maxed.
Be careful, it'll make you deaf.
Oh, don't yell.
I said, be careful, it'll make you deaf.
There we go. That's right. When we interpret, we're supposed to wear darker lips. So that's why I put my lips darker. Yeah, we are. Okay. So what I think we'll do is let this kind of run with no sound. I did not finish reading Miss Sarah Boone's handbook.
Her handbook?
I have the community classification thing to read to y'all. Where is her handbook? I downloaded it. Where's her handbook? There it is. Oh, that's the ADA Purpose and Law Library. Okay, we did get there. Okay. So now we're going to go and I'm going to continue reading Miss Sarah Boone's prison handbook. For the lack of a better word, it is a inmate handbook that she gets all Floridians, inmates have to go through, read, and sign and document. Okay. So I am going to do the voice fix when appropriate and necessary. I know some people like it, some don't, but that's okay. It makes it fun. Okay, so switching gears, we are going to keep an eye on the law on the courtroom fee, but right now I'm going to talk bad about Sarah Boone. So the law libraries. Now we did go through we didn't go through religion. We went through the ADA, which means that if they are classified with a disability, ADA rights will monitor them and they will then decide whether or not they qualify for accommodations. Religion. Efforts are made to accommodate each inmate's religious belief when doing so does not jeopardize security. Should you wish to discuss personal or religious matters with either a chaplain or a volunteer, you may notify the dorm officer, a work supervisor, or submit an inmate request. Non-denominational services are held in all of our major institutions. Some of our institutions take advantage of local clergy and other volunteers to provide religious services. The department has designated faith-based institutions which offer enhanced programming designed to rehabilitate, reintegrate inmates into the community, comply with the restorative justice program, and to offer a fuller range of religious accommodations than those institutions do not designate as a faith-based institution. Therefore, for more information, contact your classification officer. Believe it or not, they even have a group that are the Satan worshipers. It doesn't matter what your faith is. They will allow you to use the chapel, and it doesn't matter if you are an atheist and want to gather and talk about that, or whether you're Baptist, Methodist, Catholic, Muslim, Buddhist, Wiccan, Druid. It doesn't matter. They, within a certain reasonable accommodation, will meet that accommodation. Now, if you are a Sarah Boone worshiper, that ain't going to happen. Law library. Inmates at major institutions, not minor, major, will have access to the law library. The law library, sorry, my leg's getting cold, will provide research material, case law, statute books, and related services. In addition, law clerks are available to assist you. What? Sarah Boone, Booney Boom. Are you going to become pro se now because you have all this available to you? I am surprised that they actually have law clerks available. If your location, legal work is to be done during your off-duty time. However, arrangements may be made to provide you more additional time to conduct your legal work. Each library will have different operational hours based on the need and schedules of the local facility. Yes. It depends on the date and time. Just saying. Depends on the date and time. Yeah. And I messed with my screen and now I got to get it back up. I got to get my third screen back. I'm getting ready to add a fourth monitor and a TV on the wall so I can have everything in big and see if I had the TV on the wall right now and had this on it, oh my gosh, it would be fabulous. It would be fabulous. Okay, sorry about that. I got to get it back. Okay, so with the law library, your location does not have a major law library. You may have certain issues researching at major law libraries for you. And copies of the necessary documents will be mailed to you. Requests for these services should be routine through your designated institutional staff. The regular library is It is policy of the Florida DC to provide inmates with access to a complete library service program. This includes printed materials such as books, magazine, newspapers, as well as audio and visual collections. Materials will vary from institution to institution. However, a visit to your permanent institution library should make you aware of the special services it offers. Library hours and also vary at different locations. You know how Boone loves the law libraries or libraries in general. She's such a good student.
I was a straight A student. I'm a good learner.
So, library schedules are designed to maximize inmate use. Your institution varies. Your institutional library, will be open during the part of the weekend and or after normal work hours to provide you with an opportunity to visit the library during your off-duty time. Inmates in administrative confinement or close management, which is Boone, may not be able to physically visit the library but may still have services available. Procedures will vary from institution to institution. So she can't go to the library yet. Aww.
I am filing an official complaint. I
Where do
have access to the library
where do-
whenever I want.
where do you get those voices from?
It's programmed into my little thing.
I like
programmed them.
that.
And then this one.
Is, Sarah Boom 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 Boom, you were on close management. That means you were a threat to yourself or somebody else. So until you are out of close management, which means you have to behave, you are out of luck.
So anyway, let's skip to academic education.
Here's my section. You know, I love being a good student.
You may wish to take advantage of academic education or vocational training opportunities. A test of an adult-based education, TABE, will be given to determine your specific educational needs. If you are interested in enrolling in school or assigning some inmate as a tutor, contact the educational department when you arrive at your assigned institution.
So I can be a tutor. I can help someone get their GED. Oh my God. Since I was such a good student and had such a good day, I think I'll ask to do that.
No, Boone really fancies herself as a good student. She really does. She's just thinks she's such a good student. She's a bag of chips and all of that. And I'm like, yeah, nope, you're not a bag of chips and all that, my dear. Okay. Dag nabbit. There it is. Okay. Special education. Uh-oh. Mm-hmm.
The Department of Corrections also provide a special education program for inmates under the age of 21 who have been identified as having special education needs and or who may be enrolled in a public school special education program. Honey Boone, that doesn't apply to you.
Boone always likes to apply to the special things like the special diets, the special programs. She always likes to put herself around as that. So that's interesting. I'm so sorry it ran out of juice. You didn't give it enough orange juice today? Didn't get enough juice in it? Special education needs will, of course, be initially determined during the reception process. Vocational training is available to provide inmates an opportunity to acquire vocational skills in order to obtain a job after release. Sorry,
Boone. Since you're not getting released, this isn't really going to help you much, but it may help you pass the time.
If you're interested in enrolling in some of the vocational programs, contact the education department at your assigned facility. Self-betterment and wellness programs. Boone doesn't think she needs any of this, but let's see what they have to say. Self-betterment programs addressing various subjects from personal development to re-entry may be available at your assigned facility. Additionally, wellness programs addressing topics on physical health may be available.
I am the epitome of physical health. Thank you very much.
You know, she just thinks so much of her body that she has to custom alter her uniform to fit it so everyone can see her rockin' body. Yeah, right. These programs are designed to afford you the opportunity to engage in activities while you are incarcerated that promote a healthy lifestyle, which and will help you spend your free time in a positive manner. Available programs vary at facilities. Youth offender program, youth offenders, inmates meeting certain criteria. Okay, well, that's not going to be her. Community work release. Yeah, that ain't going to be her. Work release provides inmates community custody and the opportunity to work in a paid employment in the community and return to the facility each night. Inmate pays a certain portion of their take-home pay for substance savings, support of dependents, and restitution for. I had to mute her. For their offenses. Inmates also may be allowed to furloughs. Yeah, that's not going to happen. Operations. Contraband. Here we go. Contraband is defined. Okay. Contraband is defined as, and of course I lost it again. My bad. Any article or item that you have in your possession or in your property that was not issued and has not been approved by the department. See code and rules, blah, blah, blah. Florida Administration Code. Possession of any contraband may result in a disciplinary action. Count procedures. Your whereabouts will be accounted for at all times. A system of your counts will be taken place at each and every institution. You will follow all instructions given to you by the staff during these counts. Your cooperation in following all count procedure is mandatory at all times. Failure to comply may result in a disciplinary action. Discipline. You are responsible for abiding by all the rules, policy, and institutional procedures.
Yeah, nope.
The rules of prohibited conduct and penalties can be found in Rule 33-601.314 Florida AD or AC code. For the inmate at the time, inmates will not. Oh, let me go back up here because it scrolls. Food service. Okay.
I, Sarah Boone, have a delicate system, and I can't have certain food. But one day I can have it, the next day I can't. We'll see how much I like the food service here.
Sarah Boone is crazy about her food service stuff. She one day is allergic to soy, the next day she's not, the next day she's this, the next day she's not. So I wonder how she's going to handle their food there. Now, food service operations will vary by location. You will be provided 3 meals a day. She will be provided 3 meals a day. Oh, that won't satisfy Boone. Most locations, because she only eats 2, she doesn't do breakfast most of the time. Most locations will prepare each tray individually, and you will pick it up at the next tray initially, and you will pick up the next tray completed at the end of the line. Okay, so in other words, you pick a tray up and leave. Special diets will be accommodated only by approved of the medical department.
Sarah Boone, you have to now medically prove that you need a special diet. Period. No more manipulation from you.
Other rules may include no talking. Once you get through the serving line, you may not go back through the line again. You may not cut in line. There may be designated seat arrangements. You may not skip a seat or save a seat for another inmate. You must clean your eating area and turn in all trays, cups, and utensils before leaving. Sarah Boone,
Yes.
listen to this.
Do not take food or utensils outside the dining hall unless authorized to do so.
So, no more cheese?
Yeah, no.
No more cheese. We are now, if you're just hopping on, we're reading the rules, the handbook, inmate handbook that Sarah Boone was given. Inmate banking. While you're incarcerated, you may establish an inmate bank account. Any monies that you bring with you, you will be taken from you and transferred to the inmate banking central office, and the inmate bank account must be set up in your name. In your name. And all transactions are electronic. Information about deposits and withdrawals will be given to you during your orientation. Canteen services. Oh, this is going to be fun for her. Canteen services will normally be available on a daily basis according to the posted schedule. Only one order will be taken from an inmate at a time. Inmates are not permitted to make purchases for other inmates. You must have your picture ID in hand in order to purchase an item from the canteen. There is a weekly purchase limit. End of that. Grievances. The department has a grievance process available for you to resolve issues you may have. You are encouraged to make every effort to resolve the issue prior to filing a grievance.
Oh, but I love grievances. They're just so much fun.
There are two types of grievances, informal. Grievances types and procedures will be explained to you during orientation. Mail. You may correspond with whomever you desire as outlined in Rule 33-210.101, except for the following. Those who do not wish for you to correspond with them, you may not correspond with. As any other inmate at any other correctional facility without proper approval. With a minor whose parents or guardian do not consent. Oh, that may hurt Boone. That may hurt Boone. All incoming and outgoing routine mail will be inspected. All mail and packages will be sent through the U.S. Postal Service. You will be entitled to a legal and privileged mail. Legal and privileged mail will be opened in the presence of a staff member and inspected for contraband. Property. The amount of personal property. Oh, this is going to be hard for her because she likes to put her property in other inmates' bunk drawers or trunks or whatever, lockers. She was bartering for extra space, and they found her possessions multiple times in other people's personal space. All approved personal property will be kept neatly in an approved storage. Sorry about that. An approved storage space. All excess will be considered contraband and may be confiscated, including in the property is reading material. You will only be permitted to receive publications that are on the approved list. Yes, there is an approved list of books. There's a list of books and magazines and subscription magazines and newspapers that are banned from the prison. Protection issues. If at any time you're incarcerated and you're concerned for your safety from the staff or other inmates, immediately notify a staff member that you are concerned and can be evaluated and appropriate actions taken to ensure your safety and well-being. In other words, you'll go to the hole by yourself. Prison RAPE. I'm not going to go through that act because that's not appropriate. Security threat groups. Security threat groups are formal or informal inmate groups, gangs, or organizations associated with consisting of 3 or more members who have a common name, a common identity sign, and a color or symbol. Members of the association who individually or collectively engage in or having engaged in pattern gang activity, criminal activity, or department rule violations, or potential to act in concert to propose a threat or potential threat to the public safety, to the safety of the public, the staff, the visitors, and inmates or other offenders, or the security or orderly operations of the institution. Prohibited officers, office, probation office, or other department property or department activity or function. In other words, if you are with two other persons, you identify as a gang or group, you have colors, signs, or emblems and name, doesn't matter, it's three or more of you, you are considered a security threat. Security treats group posed to threat to other inmates and staff and visitors. These groups recruit members in prison and are organized to facilitate illegal activities inside and outside of the prison. Becoming involved in a security threat group or gang will result in your identification as a member of a group or gang, can affect your eligibility for job assignments, certain types of transfers, and can result in the following: disciplinary action, placed in close management, threat and extortion of family members, threats and extortion to you, injury from assault by other STG members. And I learned all about this in my last class. As some of you know, most of you may know, I am a criminal justice major, and I just did a whole thesis on this. Outside charges for participating in illegal activity and or unaliving of yourself. Y'all, please keep commenting. Synthetic, unrecognized legal medications, I can't say the word, are chemically laced substance similar to marijuana, cocaine, and methamphetamine. These drugs are commonly known as K-2, spice, lab manufactured THC, and bath salts. Oh man, I love bath salts. They just ruined it for me. I like the kind of salt you put in the bathtub. Yeah, that's really nice. These are dangerous because you don't know what chemicals you are ingesting. Today, K2 is often made from chemicals that are dangerous if swallowed or inhaled and have no natural way of leaving the body. If you are caught with any of these said above, you'll get disciplinary action, outside charges, voluntary violent behavior, memory loss, vomiting, organ shutdown, and or unaliving yourself. Use of force. Inmates are given an opportunity to provide written statement as the following use of force. Your written statement will include the type of force reported and viewed by the warden and other people. The planning of release, final words of advice, and that's it. So we have gone through the entire book that Ms. Sarah Boone has been given, and yeah, this is what I think our thoughts are.
Yeah, well, we'll see how this one goes.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting. I'm going to see if I can find something else first to watch, and while we're waiting, we should be coming back within 30 minutes. I'm getting hungry. I'm getting real hungry. I got to talk to my son about our lunch, what we're going to do about lunch. Huh. Oh, live in Tampa Bay, they have an MLK parade. I can't watch it. I'm trying to get to. We got so much stuff on right now, it's hard to find. This is the Natalie Caron unaliving day 2 catch up. Let's go ahead and stream that just for a minute, just so we can have something else to watch. Let me get my thing up. Let me get this embiggened. Come on. Embiggen. Moved. Why is my thing not embiggened? Is it better if I have it like this? Nope. Apparently not. Why is it not in beginning? Ah, okay, let me get the volume up.
vitals except for temperature when I was there.
Okay. All right. Now, will the brain swelling cause any sugar reaction in your body?
So usually sugar, when your sugar drops, or you have an influx, too much insulin that the body secretes out or you given, your brain will swell from that.
Yep.
And of course, that's a mutual reaction. The brain swells and the sugar drops.
You're in a coma.
So he has an ongoing condition of a brain swelling.
Wait, I can't show that. My apologies. Can't show that. My apologies. So what we're listening to here is this here. Oh, this is good. This here is the father. And this father was brought up on the stand unprepared. The defense called him up and he had no idea that the defense was going to call him up to testify. This was what I call an ambush testimony.
And I believe also talked to the neighbor right beside Jason's apartment. So
Did any of those officers go inside the apartment?
I believe so.
Did they see the ID card and credit cards that you laid out?
I'm not aware of what they saw.
Did they do anything to help you that night? Police officers.
Yeah,
What did they do?
they helped me keep looking for it. Us. We're fairly, not us.
They encouraged you to keep looking.
No, they was going to take a report and submit a report to missing persons. I said, get them on the scene. They're on standby, they're not reporting to the scene. Call your detective or your sergeant and put pressure on their sergeant to make their sergeant force homicide.
Forced homicide.
To come, to show up. He said the best I can do would be to tell my sergeant that I think it's important to put pressure on their sergeant and see what happens. It's the best I can do for you.
Did they tell you not to go back into the apartment?
I don't remember.
Did you ever go back into the apartment?
Yes,
When did you go back into the apartment?
immediately, right when they drove off.
What did you do in there?
Continue to look for more things.
What were you looking for?
Anything that would lead to finding Jasmine.
How long were you in the apartment?
Couldn't tell you.
More or less than an hour.
Maybe
You
not.
think?
Was that the last time you?
I would
entered
have to
into the
say
apartment?
so.
It was
So you entered into the apartment that one day, twice.
correct.
Mr. Pace, you were there with Katrina Pace when you were interviewed by Detective Crawford and Detective Beach, weren't you?
I was there.
You were there, you were here in this courtroom in February of last year, and you heard Katrina Pace testify then, didn't you?
I was there.
And then this past Monday, you were in this room when you saw Katrina Pace testify on that stand, right? Were any of those statements true?
We remember it differently.
I'm sorry, were those statements true? I I need a verbal.
Who am I to say what the truth is?
I really wish I knew what the president,
Residents of the apartment building opened the door for you.
Biden said to President Trump when he left.
Who did that?
I'd like to know what they said. I just really want to know what was said. Don't.
I'm not aware if they did or not.
Did they get in? Who was the first person to get into the door?
I was.
Did you ever see Katrina Pace or another person use a credit card to get into the door?
I didn't.
And you said earlier it'd be impossible to use a credit card to get into that door?
Wonder where he goes. I wonder what they're going to do. I always wonder. Get a good night's sleep. That's for dang
You
sure.
heard Katrina testify that she went back into the apartment multiple times after that night or after that morning.
I heard that.
Were you with her those times?
I was not.
Do you know what she did in the apartment during those times?
I didn't know.
Yeah, I'm one of these inquiring minds want to know. Man, it is so cold out there. Everybody's breathing and it's like a fog. What is our weather here today, right now? Our weather right now in Kerpatch is 33 degrees. Yay. It's now 12:30 in the afternoon. We're at 33 degrees.
Does your ex-wife, Katrina Pace, does she have a reputation for being honest?
It has been a very trying day today. I want to thank all of y'all for sticking around with me. Court should be coming back in a little bit. I'm going to zoom. Thank you. This to me was brutal and cruel. How and why would you do this to this poor guy?
Other than moving her credit cards.
Why would you do this to this guy? It was cruel.
You didn't take anything in there and leave it? Did you have any idea at the time what had happened to your daughter?
No.
Did you have any idea that she had been stabbed to death at that time?
Definitely not.
She hadn't been located, had she? But did you know that he might be involved?
Yes. With certainty. Because he lied about speaking with her, about the duration, about the timing.
And you were aware that he lied?
Fully aware.
How?
I had him on the phone. And then even when we were sitting at Waffle House, we called an additional phone number. And they said it's probably not going to be successful because they speak Asian. I knew just enough to hold a conversation to start it right there at Waffle House. And then, that's your girlfriend? You're participating with the parents to look for her. What could I do? I'm equally concerned that she's missing. How can we find her together? The fact that that wasn't happening was the biggest, immediate flag. He's my number one suspect.
Well, did he tell you that he did it, but it's because she came after him with one?
I would venture to say because they're sequestered, and that the fact that they're sequestered, and the fact that the judges allowed them to decide if they were going what day of the weekend they wanted to work. Or they also, they did have a little bit of say if they were going to work on the holiday. I think he's been including them in their decisions. So I think if they want to stay and work, if the judge can at all agree and meet with that request for them to stay and come to a verdict, I think he will allow it. I think it's going to be mostly up to the jury. what they're wanting to do, honestly, in my humble opinion. This case to me is, I'm really perplexed by this case. On one hand, it's an open and shut case. He admitted that he unalived her. He said it was a crime of passion. He said that he got angry because she was texting another person and it got out of control, that she went to hit him with a wine bottle, a broken wine bottle or something, and he had to defend himself. That to me is BS. It was made very clear in the manner in which she was found that this was not a crime of passion. A crime of passion even is one or two, maybe three quick get away. I'm scared. I'm gonna, who's gonna take the time in a crime of passion to fold up a body and put it in a suitcase? It's like Boone saying, I just totally disagree with the whole thing. I don't think a crime of passion should be considered in this case, in my humble opinion. I'm not a lawyer. Um, if I was on the jury, I could not count this as a crime of passion. I would find him guilty of first degree murder. I would, the highest I could find him guilty for. I would. He also went and bought cleaning supplies, and I mean, he's done all this stuff. So for me, it's like, what? I'm not getting this. You can't sit there and go and have receipts and go buy things and cleaning supplies and all of that. Try to clean it up, dump her remains in a suitcase by the river. That's not a crime of passion, in my humblest of opinions. Just saying. Oof. I'm really upset that they called this guy up to the stand the way they did. I broke my heart. Um, that coffee is tasting weird. I mixed coffees. My friend brought me coffee. God love you. I love you. Thank you so much. But I poured it in with my homestead coffee, and it's kind of like going, it's gross. All right, back to this. The thing that happens here is that I don't think the defense should have been able to call him if they didn't subpoena him. The prosecution did. I don't understand the legalities of that, but I felt bad for him. He was blindsided.
The jury has some questions, so I'm gonna ask them. Take your time answering if you need to.
The jury questions are amazing.
Answer the questions, okay? How did you know Jason Chen was Jasmine's boyfriend?
How did you know that Chen was Jasmine's boyfriend?
I didn't necessarily know that it was her boyfriend.
Didn't really know for sure if it was a boyfriend.
Been speaking.
Are you okay, Di?
Listening,
Yeah, I just can't figure out how to send
and
this,
that
and I have
they
got to get it
knowingly
sent.
went on a trip to Chicago.
Are you
together,
needing to send email or what?
and that his name was
No, I have a document that I have to send, but I have to get a signature on it.
it knew they were at
Print it
least-
out. Hold on. I'm going to help Miss Di for a second. Let me put you on screen. What you're going to do is print it out,
Yeah.
sign it, take your iPad or iPhone,
Scan it.
take a picture of it. No, not scan it. Just take a picture of it. Just take a picture of the document signed. Try to keep the edges to edge if you can on the document. So you want to be right above it. Put it on the table and shoot down. Then what you're going to do is take that document and you're going to send an email to yourself with that picture of the document in it.
Uh-huh.
You're going to download that onto your computer
And send it that way.
and send it that way.
Okay. That'll work.
So we're going to go back to
Close
this.
enough to take a trip to
I
Chicago.
try to help where I can.
More than
Oh
that,
gosh,
I
y'all
was
get your
unaware
Hitchman
how much
Homestead
more
coffee, y'all.
they
This
were
is
taking or
fabulous.
not taking.
It is
At least
fabulous, fabulous coffee.
You might have answered in that last.
Tomorrow I do have a doctor's appointment,
Had Jasmine ever mentioned?
so I hope that this is over with by then. Just saying.
No, she never mentioned Jason Chen to me directly. But she did mention him directly to other people that she trusted and loved and was concerned about sharing things that were important to her.
You said you lifted the handle to get into the apartment. Was the door open? How did the door get open?
I did lift the handle. I believe I just broke the mechanism, lifting so hard. And then after I entered, I unlocked the back of it after I entered so that I could turn the handle and get in freely again and again.
Did anyone in your party search the dumpster area on the night of 11/26/27? Do you recall if anyone saw articles of clothing or a sanitary pad?
Yes, we did. We did on that night. And for the next,
I'm sorry to interrupt. Say you did search the dumpster area or you did see the articles of clothing and sanitary pad or both?
both,
Okay.
we did search him. We did see both.
Was Katrina Pace ever inside the apartment at the same time you were?
Yes, I believe she was.
Were you present when any items were taken from the apartment? If so, what do you recall being collected? Did you take anything from apartment 210? I'll ask it one at a time. Were you present when any items were taken from the apartment?
No, I was not present for that.
Did you take anything from apartment 210?
No, I did not. Possibly, and I really don't recall. Possibly we would have on the very next entrance, right after the police had left, and we kind of all concluded that their help was going to be less than expedient. And we may have actually grabbed all of her IDs and stuff at that exact moment. But it's a blur if we grabbed them at that next moment or it's a blur. I don't specifically remember that we grabbed them at that exact moment, but it's reasonable that that's probably when it happened.
Just kind of following up with that, I just want to make sure you understood that when the juror's question was, did you take anything? You mentioned we took things from apartment 210. Did you physically take anything yourself from apartment 210?
No, I did not take anything from the apartment.
Do you recall smelling marijuana when you entered the apartment?
I don't recall smelling marijuana, but I do expressly remember the bong that was on the computer stand and a baggie beside it, which maybe it's a crime, maybe it's not a crime, but we pointed that out, or we expressed that they should be looking and knowing that it was in there, that maybe it was somehow related, or maybe we would have known fingerprints or something like that. So it was pointed out, but the smell itself, there was no smell.
If you do remember, what items do you remember observing on the bed? the time you arrived for the first time.
I think all that I remember on the bed was the pillow, blankets. It was messy. It wasn't made up. So there's a lot of wrinkles and folds. Possibly there was clothing on top of the cover, the bed itself. I don't think anything else was on there at that time.
You redirect based on what the jury asked. Yes. Raise your right hand, please.
Do you swear affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
All right, Jason. You have the choice today of whether to testify or not testify.
So he opted not to testify.
After talking with your attorney,
Ordered lunch and
going
dinner.
through your own thoughts, what is your decision of whether or not you want to testify?
Not to testify.
You choose not to testify.
Yes, sir.
Ms. White, you want to talk a little about how you talked about it?
Oh,
Gone over with it.
y'all, I'm a little,
so,
it's getting a little
Jason,
chilly in my
we've met
office.
a
I
number
had
of
to open
times.
the
We've talked about
door.
what your testimony would be, and you understand that even though you might have an
Are you
opportunity
okay,
to
Diane?
say your piece, that you would be subject to cross-examination.
I didn't hear you.
To you that
I'm still working on this because I gotta
Okay.
just fill out everything.
Sure, no problem.
And by subjecting yourself to that,
Yes, for all your
change
court
the
documents,
status of
please
your
go
case.
to
You can
Discord.
make it worse. You can make it better.
Look for
That's
As the Gavel
thing
Drops
about testifying. You don't know how it's going to
and
go.
register your
But it's
account and
important that
validate
you
it.
understand that
And then you
have
can have all the
absolute
wonderful
right
court
of the Fifth
documents that
Amendment
we
to
have too.
testify.
They're phenomenal.
In your case,
We
no
love
one can
them.
prevent you. The judge, the court, no one, is certainly not me, is stopping you from testifying. This has to be a personal choice.
Aw.
On the other hand, if you want to testify, there's nothing this court would stop you from doing that. So whatever it is that your decision is, it is a personal decision that only you can make. Have you had enough time to consult with me, talk about whether or not, go over the benefits and
Yay,
detriments
Haley
of
Mouse.
testifying?
Yes.
Are you deciding not to testify on your own volition?
Yes.
And that's what your personal decision is?
Yes. I really hope that the jury does come back today. But the only problem with
Jason,
that
also,
is I've got class at
Tennessee
7.
law requires that the jury fix any fine greater than $50. You have the ability to waive that right and allow this court, Judge Patterson, to decide the amount of any fine, if any. We've gone over the benefits of allowing the court to decide versus the jury to decide. We've given you these recommendations. Do you want to waive your right to have the jury assess fines in this case?
Yes.
Mr. Chen, Mr. White is a thorough attorney. I know he's gone over this with you before. He's obviously went over with you just in the podium. I just need to make sure that I understand everything that you have obviously consulted with Mr. Weiss, Mr. Morrison, that it is your constitutional right to testify or not testify. If you were to testify, you would be cross-examined by the state. However, while your attorneys can give you advice about their opinion, whether it's a good thing to testify or not testify, ultimately that is your decision. So your attorney asked you this, and now I'm asking. All that being said, it being your call and your constitutional right to testify or not testify, what is your decision?
Not to testify.
So you executed this waiver. Affirmative.
Yes, sir.
And as Mr. Weiss indicated that the jury does get to set fines over $50. Most people waive that Again, I see you signed the waiver here for having the jury testify, and you're allowing the court to set that fine, if any, correct?
Yes, sir.
Thank you, Nate. Counsel.
Wait this way.
Okay, so now we got a little moment of silence. Um, uh, we should be seeing movement back in the court any minute now. It is 12:48 my time. They said 1:48 their time, so they are only an hour ahead of us. We are looking forward to the reading of the jury instructions, closing arguments, and the jury getting to work. I would venture to say that the jury, if I was on the jury, I'd say, honey, we working all night. We're going to go all night. I'm not going to go and, none of this deliberate for an hour or two and then go home and then come back the next day. They've been sequestered out of town, at a hotel for 7 days plus the weekend, possibly up to 9 days, I think, total. And I would be ready to get home and level my family and get in my own bed, get in my own space, and get out of the hotel. Excuse my yawn. I have ordered our lunch. We are having Cracker Barrel. This weather makes me want Cracker Barrel. So that's my plan for lunch. Right now we have 11 people entered into the I liked. If you have not hit the like button and put in comments the words just like this, I liked, please do so. If you did it in the first live and didn't do it in the second live, go ahead and put I liked in this one as well. So you can get in the drawing for the end of the month drawing for the $50 gift card to Starbucks or wherever you want. But this trial, I was thinking about it last night. I was getting ready to go to bed. And honestly, I think this trial really shouldn't. I mean, why this guy? He admitted to doing it, and he is arguing for a lesser. He's putting all of his eggs in the basket for a lesser. That's the difference between life without the possibility of parole, life with the possibility of parole, or maximum of 25 years, or I don't know what all the different counts are that they're giving him. I think there's 3 or 4 different. There's the main charge of first degree murder, and then they have 3, I think, lessers that they can charge to find him guilty of. And that to me is, I'm really getting tired of that, the lessers, because it's either you're guilty or you're not. Charging him with one thing and finding him for lessers, to me, I don't, what are your opinions on that? I think that it's kind of like the state going, we're going to go for the top, but if you don't think he was guilty of the maximum, the voluntary manslaughter, then maybe you might find for involuntary, and that will be our consolation prize, that he gets found guilty of a lesser crime. I think that's wrong. I'm not like the lessers. I've never liked the lessers, but some people like it because then if they feel that if the prosecution did overcharge, that the jury can rectify that by giving a lesser charge and the person still going away for a long time versus not going away at all. I can see both sides of it, but I just really struggle with the lessers. I think in the Karen Reed trial that really, really, really was an issue with the lessers, and that just appalled me. Absolutely appalled me on how that worked. So if you have a birthday, please let us know. We will be happy to celebrate with you. Chat about the trial. We're going to go to my unread. Y'all are having fun with the pet section of my Discord, and I'm really happy about that. That is amazing. That's amazing. Okay. Okay, I'm trying to find somebody. I think it was Ronnie who sent me. Maybe it was in live communication. Yes, I wanted to watch this. This here is a video we're going to watch. And let me get it geared up back here. Unmute. This video is apparently Karen Reed's brother speaks to NBC 10. Hopefully, I don't get dinged for this.
In a couple months, how are you and your family feeling right now?
Very strong. You know, this turnout, both here in Rhode Island and throughout New England, to be honest, we've got 29 standouts across the country, as well as one in Mexico.
Mexico,
this
that's good.
Gives us incredible hope. You know, when you know the facts.
Again, this
and
is
then you
Karen
see
Reed's brother.
strangers who have come out and supported my sister week in, week out, and now for the
Sister.
first time here in Warwick. It's incredibly uplifting. Yeah.
No, obviously these standouts are going to continue to happen in the coming weeks.
Yeah, so we started these standouts in the Dedham area back in summer of 23.
Yes, and they've been going strong
Yeah.
every single Sunday since. They're out there from 10 to 12 at Legacy Place every Sunday. Rain, snow, sleet, heat, it doesn't matter. They're out there holding signs, waving flags, and supporting Karen. And they come to trial every time there's a hearing or during trial. They're all there for that also. So it's been wonderful.
No, obviously there's been some developments in the case as, you know, these hearings continue. Dr. Marie Russell being able to testify. How does that make you feel? Is that a relief to your family? How are you guys feeling about that?
You know, I think from our lens, it's par for the course. You know, these are witnesses, experts who are highly qualified, and
Yes,
without getting
Toxic
into any
sent it.
legal
Thank you
jargon
so
or
much,
anything like that, 'cause
Toxic.
it's not my place.
Thank you
This is
so
Karen's
much,
brother, but I will
Toxic.
tell you that these are experts who have been approved.
You are
by
amazing.
the court leading into trial one, through trial one, and we don't see any reason why they shouldn't be there for trial two.
Obviously, Trooper Proctor, his hearing started the other day. It's continuing.
Extended to February 10th. Yeah,
How are you feeling about that?
no comment. The facts will come out as long as they're shown.
And then as far as these standouts, you said they're going to keep happening. You know, what do you expect going into the second trial? A lot of people were there every single day. What do you expect in the second trial?
I think we're expecting and hoping for the same, if not greater. You know, the fact that this is going now a second time, trial two, is mind-boggling to us. And so for us, I think we're looking at it going, if we have to do this, let's get as much support as we possibly can. And it starts grassroots-wise, just like this, you know. And we've seen it week after week in Massachusetts. And I think here from a Rhode Island standpoint, we're hoping it continues.
The Commonwealth said they had found Chloe and gotten imprints of her teeth.
Yeah.
What do you think that means for the case?
No clue. I haven't seen anything. And I don't know that anything regarding location or imprints or anything has been shown.
I mean, as far as some of these other motions trying to prevent some of the experts that testified in the first trial, you know, the crash reconstruction experts, some of the data on the phone, you know, going into these next couple of weeks, how important are these, you know, these motions? How important are these updates to the case?
Well, I think they're incredibly important. I mean, there are expert witnesses. They're highly qualified. We need them for our case, and I think there's no reason they shouldn't be approved. And so, you know, we'll bring them in as requested, and they'll prove their worth, as they already have.
And then, you know, you said that you work on some of the social media as far as the trial. You know, will you be there at the second trial? Were you there at the first trial?
I was there at the first trial for as much as we could be because they limited how many people could go into the courtroom. So we went into the courtroom when we could, and then others of us set up for lunches and did different things to help out as much as we could. And I will be supporting Karen until this is over.
I don't know, you were in the courtroom almost every single day for the first trial. Or do you expect to be there again? Does your family expect to be there again?
Absolutely. Every day. I work locally here, so this standout today in Rhode Island means a ton to me. I've worked in Rhode Island for the last 7-8 years, literally 2 miles up the road. And for us, Karen and I grew up literally 20 miles from here, right? And we've had plenty of aunts and uncles and cousins that were from the Warwick area. So this is a home away from home. In regards to being at trial, absolutely, I'll be there as much as I can around my career. But
And
absolutely.
we're still waiting for the SJC to
Thank
come
you,
back with a
Benny.
decision, so we don't really know what that means as far as the trial is concerned.
Deserve
Do you think there's a chance?
whatever I say I deserve, Benny. I'm Sarah Boom Boom. I get what I want. Now don't make me mad. I might have to get a suitcase.
That the murder charge will be dropped.
I wish y'all could see this. My dog has her head in my lap.
Certainly hope so.
You need to go potty.
It's in the hands of the SJC right now, and we're
Potty.
awaiting a response, and hopefully that comes sooner than later. And but the hope is there. Yeah.
I'll be right back. I need to
Attorneys
comfort
over
break the
your
dog.
sister, as well as the Commonwealth side. How are you feeling about that so far? With the new prosecutor, how are you feeling seeing him in these first couple of hearings?
No comment.
We love our new attorneys. Bob Alessi has been wonderful. And then Weinstein for Karen's SJC.
Yeah.
They've all been fantastic. They're great to our family. They're great with Karen. I mean, they're very knowledgeable, and we really appreciate them.
Yeah, I mean, we've had an incredible defense team from the get-go, starting with David Yannetti, adding in Alan Jackson from California, Liza Little, and then obviously Bob Alessi here on the criminal trial. So we're bringing back all of the members we've had because they've been so phenomenal for Karen and to the family. And then we're adding, Bob Alessi, and we'll be ready.
And how are your parents doing? I know they're from Dighton. How are they, doing?
Yeah, thanks for asking. They're incredibly strong. Karen is as well. We're a very tight family. So Kelly's my cousin, and we've got a very small knit group of family members that are basically together weekly. But Karen's doing superb and so strong, and my parents are right there with us.
Her biggest support for sure.
No doubt. Yeah, they're back.
Along with this guy, he's the unsung hero of the family.
My parents have done an incredible job, and we'll be there. We'll be there until the very end.
Is there anything else that you want to add or you think is important about the upcoming case? Any of the motions being heard?
No, I think the only thing I'd like to add is just a huge thank you to anybody who's stood out here, whether it be here in Rhode Island, Massachusetts, Connecticut, New Hampshire, Florida. There's 4 or 5. Australia, Tanzania has done them. Mexico today. So anybody who's
some in South Africa.
Yeah, it's just when you think about it, we're just a small family that from the Taunton Dighton area. To see this outpouring of love and outreach is mind-boggling.
And it's the people that come to the standouts as well as the YouTubers who have given enormously of their time and effort to cover the case and to have us on to promote standouts and fundraisers.
There
that
it
we're having
is.
for
Thank
Karen,
you.
because
You're welcome.
fundraising is her biggest asset right now.
Truly is. I mean, it takes. Karen's been in the most recent holiday issue of Vanity Fair magazine, in which she mentioned the overall cost so far, ticking towards $5 million. We're not a wealthy family, and so the outpouring of love and financial.
I hit it on the head.
Gone to the Karen Reed Defense Fund that's crested over $600,000 since we started it is pretty amazing, and we need it to continue. Truly, to continue this fight against corruption, we need that.
It is, and it's wonderful that everybody gave so much during the first trial, thinking it was going to end last July, and now we're asking them to continue the standouts, continue the fundraising for trial number 2, and remarkably, they've all stood by her, so we can't thank everybody enough for that.
And is this one of the first, I don't know if I think you might have mentioned this, but in Rhode Island, one of the first organized standouts, or do you know? Or
Yeah, we did a standout on Labor Day. We did a round of standouts, I think about 40, 45 across the country on Labor Day. Of course, the weather was a little different. And there was one in Providence. It was a tough location. It was on an overpass just over near the Providence Place Mall, tough for parking. This is obviously a bigger group and a great location here.
Yay. And of course it got cut. No, 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 no. I don't need another strike. That pisses me off. How do I change the settings in YouTube? I've got to change these settings, y'all. This sucks. Because I don't like that automatic I don't like that automatic play thing it does. That sucked. By the way, that music you just heard, I may be getting to interpret her concert. Maybe. I'm having a hard time getting a hold of the agency. Let me get you back on stage, Di.
Okay, who was
Diane.
it?
All right, Cece Williams. Okay, here's the thing. Contacted the church. The church said they would contact the agency that manages her concerts and they would email me. I've
Okay.
got nothing. I can't get through. And I know there's 3 deaf people who have tickets or hard of hearing people.
Huh.
And I can't get through.
That ain't good.
And the concert's in March, the first weekend of March.
Ain't good at all.
Huh?
Ain't good at all.
Didn't you say you knew how to get them?
Not that lady, no.
I don't know. It just it has an automatic play. I don't know.
I don't know either.
I don't know why I'm eating pickles. I don't know why, but they're good. I'm eating them with chopsticks.
Or
And
you
it's
eat
not
pickles? All right.
not easy. I'm using it to practice. I am in premium,
Try this again.
but it goes to an automatic. Just an automatic thing.
Okay. Yeah.
So I'll need to go into YouTube settings and figure all that out.
Figure it out. We're always figuring something out, aren't we, AdaKay?
That's the truth. Okay, I'm in settings, playback and preferences. No. I don't know. Hi, baby girl. Hold on, my baby girl. I am
Who's the best mama?
Oh, mama, Jojo, baby girl. I am getting a new mic stand, and it is an Elgato Wave Mic Arm Pro. It's a low-lying one. This one comes up and comes up and down like this. It's not a bad one, but I need a different one. It's not functioning well for me. So the defense, we are waiting for court to return. Are they going to pop up yet? Nope. They should be back any minute now. It is now, hopefully, it's not 1:50 my time. They said 1:50 their time, which I think is 12:50 my time, which means they're late. I am really struggling. I used to be able to be really good with chopsticks, but the arthritis in my hand, I am struggling.
Not so good anymore, huh?
Nope, not so good anymore. Well, one of the things is these are crappy chopsticks, I'll be honest with you.
You know what I use chopsticks for?
Mm-mm.
My hair.
Mm.
They're great.
You know what? I got a brand new pair. I've been eating more with chopsticks. My doctor recommended it. I'm a super fast eater.
I wish I could get Margie to slow down.
Well, see look at these chopsticks. Okay.
Uh-huh.
They're kind of curved. If you face them towards each other, you have that space there.
Yeah.
That is the way it's supposed to be because then they
Yeah.
touch at the bottom. This is appropriate, a good pair of chopsticks.
Yeah. Well, Margie eats super, super fast, and then she's hungry. That's not me. I like to take my time and enjoy my food.
Well, but we're supposed to eat slower.
Yeah.
Much better chopstick. It does make a difference when you have a good chopstick.
Yeah.
And I can get the one last pickle in here. See, I can do it so much easier.
What kind of pickles are you eating?
Bread and butter.
Oh, I love bread and butter pickles.
Do I have another pickle in here?
Keep looking. I'm sure
Nope.
you'll find one.
Nope, I don't. I don't know. Some people think that's rude. I don't want to set this down and get pickle juice everywhere. And I have a stand that I actually have chopstick stand.
I've never heard of that.
Well, it's a little thing that's about this wide and about yay thick, and it put your chopsticks on it so they don't touch the table on the end that you're eating. You nibble, nibble, nibble. Is that why you're called Haley Mouse? Is because you nibble, 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 nibble?
People don't realize the expression "you eat like a bird" is really not favorable. That's because birds eat all day long.
They're grazers. Actually, that's what we should be doing is we
I
shouldn't
know.
have 2 big meals a day or whatever. You should be grazing a little more. Oh, Ronnie, that's so cute. I need coffee. I have some. My dog's head is in my lap and getting loving.
Yep.
She is. I don't know what's going on with her lately. All she wants to do is put her head in my lap.
She loves her mama.
She loves her mummies. Her mommy getting loving. Well, so
How's
we
your
are
daughter?
waiting for court to come back, guys. Miss
How's-
Diane is getting some work done, and I'm just filling.
How's your daughter doing?
Talking about wedding. She's not even engaged yet.
And talking about weddings. Oh, she got so much time. She can wait.
Yeah, she goes, Mom, I'm just so ready to be married.
Guess what? My daughter and her husband, they're thinking of selling the business. One of them.
Where?
In Alaska. They're going to keep they're going to keep one, but they're thinking of selling one down in the Kenai. And they were offered $1 million.
I would take it.
Well, they're thinking of selling the one and keeping the other one, and then in a little bit selling the other one.
And then coming back down to
No,
the
they
Lord.
will never come back down here. They don't like down here. I don't blame them. But she goes, I want to set up that perpetual income, for me and Lee, for my girls, for my mama. And I'm like, oh, yeah.
Sensei, you were pushing enough.
Uh-huh. No, I never said anything. She's the one that said it.
No, my dog is pushing my leg.
I thought you said you were fishing.
I said you're pushing enough.
And then Joe, my second son, he's the one that has always been slower than the others. But when Joe gets something, AdaKay, Joe's got it. I mean, he's got it. He has over 100,000 in Bitcoin. He tells me he don't tell anybody else.
Well, you just told everybody.
Well, no, you ain't gonna tell anybody that it matters, But
yeah, but you're live on YouTube.
Everybody shut up. Anyway, he does, and he's just smart. And if I've ever needed anything, I go to Joe, and he helps me out, and I pay him back. But he's amazing. He's the one with 2 dogs and 11 cats. And
not married?
Not married. Not married. And heart of gold.
How old?
He's 40. He'll be 45 on 30th of this month.
Dang it, too young.
Yeah. Yeah.
I'm kidding. I'm kidding. I'm kidding. I can say that because I know her and she's a friend and I live too far away. So we're good there. It's funny. I am so frustrated because I have been single since 2009. I had one dating relationship for a few months, and that was it.
I've been single for almost 28 years.
That didn't look good. Yeah, I know. It's like I'm done. I'm ready. I'm ready for a relationship. I loved being married. I loved being a wife.
I loved being married. I loved it.
Mm-hmm. And there's a lot of things. Well, one thing though is, I will say at least I
Okay, can you see this picture?
Hold on. Yes.
You see the one with the long beard?
Yes.
That's Joe.
Aw.
He is a darling.
He's a
He is,
darling, huh?
he is, honey. He was in Puerto Rico with a couple of his friends.
Oh, I thought that was somebody else. Oh, good. My doggy got up. I can get my feet on my stool. Go, Sensei. Go. No. She's like, I'm staying with you, Mom. You don't get a treat if you don't go. That's the way it's going to be. She's saying, I'm staying with you, Mom. I'm looking forward to closing single since then. Wow, girl. Yeah, you ate yourself.
Yeah, I've been single for 27 years. This year will be 28.
Court's
I'm a
moving.
virgin, honey.
Court is moving.
You hear me?
Yes, ma'am. I hear you.
I am. I was a virgin all over again.
Oh, that's enough. That's enough, Diane. Get ready to interpret.
Are they coming back with?
They're back. They're setting up the courtroom for closing arguments and setting up the courtroom for jury instructions. They're bringing him back in. I got to tell you, I went and got that head and scalp thing done. It was amazing. Thank you to the one who blessed me. They wish to be not known. I'm like, okay. I don't know why that popped up. I didn't ask for your help.
I want to thank everyone who has blessed me with a cup of coffee.
That reminds me. Let me put up your coffee banner.
I greatly appreciate it. They have no idea.
You guys, there's it is down there on the ticker that's running. You guys, please go bless Miss Diane with a cup of coffee. She does this service for free, and when she can, when she's here. So, everybody loves your stories, Ronnie. That's what Ronnie says. And so, if y'all want to do something kind today, bless her today.
Bless me, I tell you.
She'll take the blessings.
I will.
Closing arguments are up on the screen. Who is this CB webcam utility? Oh, I guess it's the courts or the news broadcasting people are having fun. Yay! Dinner is here. Lunch is here. Whatever you want to call it is here.
Okay, I need you to start closing arguments for a minute so I can print this out.
Sounds like a plan. When they come on, I'll start.
All right.
When you wave at me, I'll put you back up. But if y'all really want to bless Miss Diane, there's the link. It's buymeacoffee.com/lady died. D-I, not D-I-E-D. I'm going to go grab my lunch real quick. I'll be right I just ran to go get my soup. I got dumpling soup from Cracker Barrel, non-sponsored, of course. And then I've got a couple of little bites of mac and cheese and hash brown casserole for my son's meal. Whoops, sorry about that. So I'm not eating that much. On that note, on what note, my dear? Since I get back, go. On to that note, my dear, we are waiting for the jury to come in.
Intentionally.
There it is.
A person acts intentionally with respect to the nature or result
I'm going to
of
eat my
his or her
lunch while it's
conduct, and
hot,
if the
so there won't
person's
be any
conscious,
interpreting while
objective,
I'm
or
eating.
desire to engage in the conduct or cause of the result. Again, for the record, this is something that the state has agreed to. Is that correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
It's something that the defense agreed to. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay, they're going through instructions right now.
Remember, what is said in closing arguments is not evidence. You have already heard and seen all the evidence in this case that you may properly consider. During the closing arguments, the parties may mention points of law or refer to these instructions that the court has given. However, the law that you must follow in reaching your verdict is the law that the court has given you in these final instructions. If there is any difference between what the parties say about the law and what the court has said in these final instructions, you must follow the court's instructions. With that, since you've already heard all the evidence in the case and your notes are to help you in understanding the evidence, at this point, you must all put your notepads under your chair. You're not allowed to take notes during closing argument because it's not evidence.
That's true. Some people don't understand that, but it's true.
Stay ready to close.
Yes, Your Honor.
DVD,
Prosecution.
So you're doing the closing argument. Here we go, y'all.
What's in the bags? It's a matter of perspective. For one person in the courtroom, was contained in Exhibit 138-6, found on the banks of the Tennessee River in Hamilton County, was an inconvenience.
It was so horrible.
Something that needed to be gotten rid of, discarded like a piece of trash.
Yep.
Something that you don't care about. But to other people in the courtroom whom you've heard from today, it's something, not today, but over the course of this week, something to be cherished, something precious, something that you'd be willing to go to the ends of the earth to find and bring home safe. What's in the bag? Jasmine Pace. The court has instructed you on the law. And this case really boils down to premeditation. What is premeditation? Well, it's a conscious decision, a choice to engage in murder. The court told you already that it need not exist for any definite period of time, not an hour, not a day, not a minute, not even a second. And as we talk about premeditation, I'm showing you what's already been admitted into evidence as Exhibit 129. It's a video, you've seen it, and I think it bears seeing again, but not for the reason that you're thinking. It's 5:59 p.m. on the 23rd of November, 2023. You can see on the screen Mr. Jason Chen wheeling this suitcase towards his Toyota Camry in preparation for driving to Suck Creek Road and dumping Jasmine Pace. To sit until found by law enforcement on December the 1st. The video stops here. We've all approached a traffic light. The light was turned yellow. You can see it here. As someone approaches this traffic light, they have a choice. You step on the gas, you step on the brakes. You consider, what time of day is it? Are there pedestrians? What's the traffic look like? Are you running late? Is there a need to get where you're going quickly? All things that your mind processes in an instant. You make the conscious choice to either hit the brake pedal or to go hammer down. And as we'll see, silver car, when faced with that decision, just like Mr. Chen, accelerated, kept going, didn't stop. I want you to keep that in mind as we start going through the proof. What opportunities did Mr. Chen have during this to take the off-ramp away from violence, away from murder, away from 60 stab wounds? It's important to know the timeline. How long does it take to choose to kill Miss Jasmine Pace? Mere seconds. Our story starts at 11:27 p.m. when Miss Jasmine Pace leaves her parents' house. You've seen the pictures of it. She drives from her residence to Jason Chen's apartment at 110 Tremont Street. We can see her arriving at 11:42. A minute before, her My Chevy app shows that her ignition turns off in her car. And people asked in the case in chief, who is the person walking towards the door of the apartment? State's position is that that's Miss Jasmine Pace. The last time she'd ever be seen alive. Then at 2:11 a.m., the defense called a witness whose name is Courtney Paglino Brewer. She was awoken by a scream. Lasted several seconds, she described. She heard footsteps chasing away from the bedroom towards the front door. She heard a female voice that she described as sad but assertive. And the tail end of an argument is what was said. And then she hears
Good
the
girl.
front door slam to Mr. Chen's apartment.
Good
Not
girl.
the interior door. She told you she knows what the interior door sounds like. She knows what the front doors to the apartment sound like when they slam shut. And it was the front door to the apartment. She hears sounds of walking, but what's very important is she doesn't hear glass breaking, bottles hitting the floor, nothing. 2:15 a.m., Miss Katrina Pace sends a pin of her last location to her mother. Jasmine Pace sends it to Katrina. Now, there's two options, sure. But circumstantially, we know that it's Jasmine that sent that message because there's only two options. It's either Miss Jasmine Pace in a cry for help, letting her family know where she is, or it's Mr. Jason Chen using the phone, sending a message to Katrina Pace, Jasmine's mom. For what purpose? To get caught? We know he doesn't want that to happen based on everything else that we see after. So by process of elimination, it's Jasmine Pace. At 2:31 a.m., Mr. Chen's downstairs neighbor, Courtney Paglino Brewer, hears a television turn on in Mr. Chen's bedroom. At no point does she describe sounds of toilets flushing, person retching on the floor. No, she hears what? Garbage disposal, washing machine. It's at 3 a.m., about 1 hour after the murder. We next move forward to 4:04 a.m., about 1 3/4 hours or 1 hour and 45 minutes after the murder. And what starts happening? Jasmine Pace is dead, but her phone starts springing to life. Exhibit 126 shows at 4:04 through 4:28 a series of messages. I ask for you to compare Exhibit 126 to 139. So what? We scroll over. Mr. Chen is now attempting to access Jasmine Pace's bank accounts. How does he know that? Because he's got her bank card right there. He has unfettered access to her property that she brought with her. Phones, driver's licenses, credit cards. Moving forward to 9:52 a.m., now 7 3/4 hours or 7 hours and 45 minutes after Miss Jasmine Pace was murdered, we get to the Tinder. We get to the Tinder data on Mr. Chen's cell phone. And what does it show? Oops. What's it show? I guess we're dating now. Ask yourselves, is that the mindset of a person who's stricken with grief? Or is it the mindset of somebody who has zero remorse, who does not care? That would take a body, put it in garbage bags, load it into the suitcase, load it into their car, drive it out to the wilderness, and dump it on the side of the road, which is consistent. Your common sense tells you that it's the latter. Shortly after, at 10:29, we see Mr. Chen emerge from his apartment for the first time on the 23rd. He's wearing a very distinctive hat. Anything goes. This hat's important. Probably wondering, why would we introduce a hat into evidence? Because, ladies and gentlemen, this is the one article of clothing that through it all never leaves Mr. Chen's person. We can see here on the Arctic video starting at 10:29.
Why are you handling it without a glove?
Mr. Chen come out of his apartment wearing all black. When he steps into the sunlight, you see the red and white of the Anything Goes hat. See it right there. He then gets into his car and he goes where? To the Walmart. Curious thing though, as Mr. Chen rounds the corner of Tremont Street onto Fraser Avenue in the North Shore of Chattanooga, he's by himself. There's no one in the front seat. So what? We can see the Anything Goes hat. We can see Mr. Chen. We can see his car. The so what is that at 10:42 a.m., both his phone and Jasmine Pace's phone arrive at the Red Bank Walmart just a mere minutes away. And what does Mr. Chen do? He goes into the Walmart. We can see him wearing all black in Exhibit 18. Wearing, you guessed it, Anything Goes. Mr. Chen then selects various items while he's shopping in the Walmart, but not before he sends this. Good morning. Slept like baby. Made myself a matcha. In an attempt to create an alibi, he's not there. He's somewhere else. You must ask yourselves, is that a sick joke? Slept like baby? Sent to the person that you just stabbed 60 times? Is that the conduct of somebody who doesn't know what they're doing, they're just frantic? Or is it methodical? Does it show a desire in their mind to try to divert attention away from themselves? He uses a photograph to place him at Starbucks rather than Walmart, where he's buying cleaning supplies, towels, Band-Aids.
So I bought cleaning supplies last night. I went to Walmart. I got a new towel, new washcloth. I got a new pillow and cleaning chemicals. Does that mean I'm in trouble? Just kidding. I did, though. I was thinking about this case when I did. I was on the red room aisle in Walmart.
He checks out at 11
No,
o'clock
Jay-Z
a.m.
did not testify. He did not. And they rested
Then
their
immediately
case
goes Sup Creek.
after the
The location of
supposed
this
expert
Jasmine case was ultimately found inside this suitcase, being indicated by the red pin with body location in the middle. You can see that he's going to the west and to the south of Sup Creek Road, looking for a good spot. He found it. He returns home at 12:38, carrying his Walmart bag, wearing his anything goes hat, where he stays for several hours and begins the laborious process.
Jay-Z, thank you so much. I'm hoping you are having a good day. My channel got taken down and we got a warning strike and all kind of mess. So yeah, it's been a good day.
The project that is cleaning up the copious amounts of blood that have been spilled in his apartment. And at 12:43, after he's been home for just a few minutes, some interesting activity starts on Miss Jasmine Pace's phone. At 12:23, I'm sorry, on the 23rd of November at 12:43 p.m., he starts trying to get into Jasmine's iCloud. Why? Why? So he can have unfettered access to the digital files, so that he can start creating a further alibi, so that he can begin the process of impersonating his victim to make it appear as though she's still alive to buy time. That's not the conduct of somebody in a frantic panic, doesn't know what they're doing. That is the conduct of somebody who is cold and calculated. We then see Mr. Chen again later that afternoon at 1:36. This is when he takes the trip from his apartment at 110 Tremont Street and goes to Walgreens the first time. You'll note that his appearance has changed. See how he's wearing a light colored top and black pants? Different than what he was wearing at Walmart, but again, he's wearing his favorite anything goes hat.
Anything goes.
One of the jury questions was, what is the significance?
Okay, guys. I know that there are two people watching my live right now who are in my sign language class. The class has been canceled due to weather. The facility is closing due to weather. So we will not have ASL tonight. We will have it starting next week. Thank you for the service announcement. This is a service announcement for the Kerrville, Texas area.
Why was it so important to collect a quarter zip sweatshirt? Most importantly, why was it so important to collect this quarter zip sweatshirt?
So now you put the gloves on. You handle the hat without, but now you're handling the sweatshirt with. Just saying.
As you'll see here in a little bit, ladies and gentlemen, it's got a very distinct look. Mr. Chen will wear a black shirt under it. You'll see very clear that he continues to wear this, including when he eventually goes to dump the body. That's the reason. We set this over here next to the anything goes hat.
my gosh, Jay-Z, I'm so sorry.
Make a note of the V produced by the opening of the neck beneath the head. We can then see Mr. Chen drive off again wearing his red hat and his gray hooded sweatshirt. You've seen the videos. Mr. Chen buys what at Walmart or Walgreens, more cleaning supplies. Isopropyl alcohol. He returns home, but leaves again at 2:56 p.m. The purpose of this trip is it's an extended one. He's going to scout Sup Creek Road the second time that day. He's again wearing the gray hooded sweatshirt and the anything goes shirt or hat. But at 4:03 p.m., while he's still out looking for a place to dump Jasmine Pace's body, he says this message: "Hey, are we still good for dinner tonight?" A message which shows is read by Jasmine Pace. I remind you where Mr. Chen is at this moment in time. Where the body is found. Again, slept like baby. I'm still good for tonight. Is that the conduct of somebody who's frantic or someone who's depraved? Then we fast forward to 5:59. You've seen it. Mr. Chen emerges from his apartment with a suitcase. Watch as he tips it over. How heavy it is. Pulls him to the ground. Watch as he struggles. Here we go. Tipping it over. See it? Watch as he struggles to go around the corner towards the light post. Right there. Because it's not clothes. He's not going on some trip. It's a person. It's Jasmine Pace. 98 pounds, soaking wet. 5'2" tall. This rolling suitcase. He then drives past. Again, wearing his anything goes hat, his gray shirt.
Now I can't get that song out of my head. Anything goes.
He heads to Sup Creek, disposes of Jasmine Pace, and goes to Walmart.
Jay-Z, what state is 5 degrees right now?
Not before he makes a pit stop. He makes a pit stop at Walgreens. Remember Mark Hamilton, the cell phone forensics expert, when he testified? He said that Jason Chen's indicators were red, Jasmine Pace's were green. Miss Pace, despite actually being on Sup Creek Road in this suitcase in the cold November night, her cell phone in Mr. Chen's possession ends up at Walmart. Why? It reconnects to the network. Why would Mr. Chen do that? Remember that read receipt? He's now turning on strategically his phone and her phone to create instances where it appears as though she's online.
I have a
but
friend
he's
in
nowhere
Fargo,
around.
North Dakota.
His phone goes dark, her phone turns on.
Those are there,
Her
I
phone
think.
goes dark, his phone turns on. It's manipulation of digital evidence to try to distance himself from the fact that he's disposing of the body.
Premeditated.
And we know this because at 6:49 p.m., Miss Jasmine Pace's cell phone with the IMEI number
That's cold.
disappears.
Got real cold.
It's off the network. SIM card is out of the phone. The SIM card that's in evidence in 167-2. SIM card which was extracted and shown to belong to Miss Jasmine Pace. The defendant enters from Walgreens, again wearing this gray hoodie, completely zipped down, large V on the neck, with a black shirt under it, white shoes, and his ever-present anything goes hat. He heads home, but he's got a problem. He got rid of the body, but there's another big piece of evidence sitting in the parking lot of his apartment. It's Jasmine Pace's car. So at 8:26 p.m., he dons a disguise. Think about it. You've now seen his goings and comings at Walgreens, Walmart, the Arctic videos. Does he ever wear a face mask? No. He wears the face mask because he knows where Jasmine's car is located. It's right next to this room. But he knows that that room has a ring camera. You've got all the ring videos and evidence, which predate November the 23rd. See him looking at it. He knows it's there. So he's got to hide his appearance. Again, to try to cover up his misdeeds. Ms. Pace's car then at 8:27, 1 minute after the ring video, car starts up and we have hard acceleration twice during a trip from 110 Tremont Street to 900 Mountain Creek Road. Why? The state would tender that it's because he's not familiar with this vehicle. He doesn't know how it drives. He doesn't know how the accelerator works. And we can see him in his disguise, put up, blue surgical mask, driving Jasmine Pace's car. He does drop it off at 900 Mountain Creek Road. You've seen that happen. You've then also seen the ride share come and pick him up 9 minutes, 8 minutes after 8:41 p.m. And then you've also seen this. Oops. Jason Chen getting out of the car, wearing his plaid shirt over his white hoodie. The white hoodie in Exhibit 152. Exhibit 143, this plaid shirt. He goes into his apartment. Now, how might somebody who's upset about what they have done react? How? I'll tell you what Mr. Chen did. Less than 1 day after stabbing a girl 60 times in his apartment, 6 hours after taking a body and dumping it on the side of the road, Mr. Chen,
dude, that hurt,
says to his buddies, I'm getting on in like 5 minutes. The entire conversation is there. They're talking about playing video games. Says COD, Call of Duty.
Oh, that's the defense's table.
After
we're
engaging
hearing.
in actual physical violence, he goes online to get some more. Then we fast forward a couple of days and Mr. Chen does something somewhat unexplainable. He takes Jasmine Pace's cell phone, takes his cell phone, removes the SIM card from his phone, and puts it into Jasmine's. And he begins his cell phone data from T-Mobile, Exhibit 136, shows that where he had been using an iPhone XR, he now starts using Jasmine Pace's phone. Again, why? Because he now will have unfettered access to all of her social medias. He can start posing as her more effectively, communicating with the family, giving the impression that she's not dead so that they don't come looking for her to buy more time to clean up his apartment. So let's talk about the crimes themselves now that we have the timeline down. Abuse of a corpse, as the court has instructed you, is treating a body in a manner that offends the sensibilities of an ordinary person. Wrapping a person in 3 garbage bags, putting them in a suitcase, driving them out into the wilderness to unceremoniously plop them on the side of the road on an embankment.
All right, guys, I got to explain just what happened because everybody's probably going, what the heck? Tell them what you thought they said.
I thought he said abuse of the courts. That is not what he said. AdaKay told me he said abuse of a corpse. But you can see on the mouth, it looks the same. So
corpse. Looks
yep.
the same.
So
It's
anyway,
like married and buried look identical if you're lip reading.
cat and rat. So anyway, back to the corpse court.
By a river is offensive. Plain and simple. No reasonable person thinks that's acceptable. Especially once you know that the family's looking for her.
Doesn't matter when it happens, especially
Sure.
you don't abuse a
He
corpse.
dumps the body on the 23rd. When the family's looking for him, mum's the word. In fact, even after the family breaks into the apartment looking for her, nothing. First-degree murder. In order to convict the defendant in this case, you have to find several things. First, the venue that this crime happened in Hamilton County. You heard the testimony of multiple witnesses. Mr. Chen's apartment, 110 Tremont Street, specifically apartment 210, is located on the North Shore community of the city of Chattanooga. Chattanooga is in Hamilton County. We have proven venue. Next, we have to show that Jason Chen is the person who committed the crime of murder. Next, we have 3 elements. That Jason Chen unlawfully killed Jasmine Pace, that he did it intentionally, he did it with premeditation. Again, going back over venue, you've seen it, you have a map of it. North Chattanooga. We've kind of gone over this a little bit, but I do think it's important to point out because it goes directly to the heart of identity. You can see it in Exhibit 129, 21, 129, and when you watch Exhibit 129, the Arctic video, you'll see it yet again, especially the black, dark V-neck right there. That's Mr. Chen pulling that suitcase. The suitcase that contained Jasmine Pace's body. So we can point out all the similarities. It's like a fingerprint. He's got his anything goes hat, his black shirt under his zip top with his black pants and his white man's shoes. Oh, which are in evidence as well. Exhibit 157. We know that this is Mr. Chen and not some other individual wearing a anything goes hat with a black shirt and a quarter zip, because when he enters the Walgreens and buys some Bounty Pamper towels, he uses a credit card. That credit card has numbers on it. Those numbers match the wallet collected from his Nolensville residence, where he was staying with his parents. And you'll see that it's a match. Furthermore, the garbage bags that contained Jasmine Pace's body that were found inside this suitcase have not one, but two different fingerprints belonging to Mr. Chen. We also heard from Detective Crawford during his direct examination about slippage injuries to Mr. Chen's hands. All of that circumstantially shows that Mr. Chen is the same person that we see on the videos, is the same person in possession of the physical evidence in this case.
I just got a cancellation for my doctor's appointment, and I just got a cancellation for my sign language class. Everybody's canceling tomorrow.
Looks
Dang
like
it.
you're staying home.
Oh, I'll be here.
Talk about intentional.
We may spend the night here at the office. We have a
60.
bed because
That
getting across the river may be a problem tomorrow.
Not one, not two, not four, not 20,
No,
not
I gotta
30,
go
not
tomorrow.
45, 60 individual stab and is-size wounds were on Jasmine Pace's body at the time she was examined by the medical examiner's office. That means stab, action 1. Removing, action 2. Each stab in and of itself consists of 2 distinct movements. The movement plunging the knife blade in and the movement removing the knife blade out, back in, out 120 times. He had to move his body to be able to inflict the number of injuries that we see on Jasmine Pace's body. Dr. Cogswell, our medical examiner for Hamilton County, opined that the cause of death was multiple stab and incise wounds. So let's talk more specifically about the premeditation in this case. Using the understanding that we had earlier regarding the example with the traffic light, that it can be formed in an instant. There's evidence of preparation, the number of injuries inflicted upon Ms. Pace, as well as his conduct after the fact, all show that this was not some act of somebody who didn't know what they were doing, but somebody that had a plan, carried it out, and carried it out well. You gotta ask yourself, if Miss Jasmine Pace is in the fetal position, if she wasn't moving, like the medical examiner told you, if the incised wounds are on her left arm, right shoulder, no significant injuries further down, head and neck, but only on the right side, the chin and the eye, what does that tell us? What about the lack of stab and incise wounds to the left side of the body? What about the lack of stab and incise wounds to the front of her body? What does that tell us? It tells us several things. Oh, excuse me.
I got on no source.
Big part of it.
I got on no source. Let me know when you're ready. I'll remind the media of the court's admonition not to broadcast graphic images. Okay. Ready? Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
I warned the audience, I warned the media. It's consistent with Jasmine Pace being bound, which is being said. If someone were stabbing a person 60 times, we would expect them to try to get away. But what if they can't? What if they can't because their right hand is chained to their right leg, their left leg chained to their right elbow? Makes it difficult to run. Makes it difficult to do anything. Dr. Cogswell told you that she was stabbed in the fetal position 60 times. We'd also expect that if she's being attacked on the right side of her body, that she might try to defend herself with both hands. There should be injuries on both hands. Instead, what we have are injuries to the left hand, no significant injuries to the right hand. That's consistent with her being in the fetal position with a hand unable to move on the ground. It's consistent with exactly what we see on the screen right there for being handcuffed. We also see additional injuries on this case at the time of autopsy. We don't know what caused them. We can't tell you. But what they are consistent with, according to Dr. Cogswell, is the application of pressure of some kind of pressure. The application of a large amount of force to the rib cage, and some bruising to the nose, right next to the right eye. We also have bruising to her right arm. Let's talk about the restraints for a minute.
Puppers has her jacket on.
And the shackles. Primary interest are these shackles. The defense insinuates that the shackles were not placed on Miss Pace before the stabbing took place. Why? Because if you shackle somebody and then stab them, well, that's taking a step to accomplish what you do. You're confining somebody, you're making it easier to stab. But there's a problem with that. Dr. Cogswell told you that dead people don't move. Right? Makes sense. Don't know that it would require a medical expert to say that, but it is a truth. These are the shackles.
The defense needs to quit rustling feathers and rubbing the microphone. That's not him. That's the defense. They've been doing it all through this trial.
Ankle, arm, connected at the elbow. Why would Jason Chen take the time to apply a set of broken shackles to somebody? He wouldn't. But dead bodies don't move.
They took the chance of snow out of our forecast.
Somebody that you're trying to stab 60 times. They don't move
5
much
miles
if they're
north of
shackled.
us is 100%.
They don't move much if their right hand is
We never get
handcuffed
snow.
to the inside of their right ankle. But ask
I love
yourself,
Gucci
why the
clothes,
handcuffs
too.
not break? Well, you get a whole lot of momentum.
Oh my God, he's doing a
Your
physical.
leg and your hand are tied together.
He's doing a physical exhibity. Exhibits, but I call them exhibitees. He's doing a physical exhibiting.
You can't really kick because you can only go as far with your leg as you can with your arm. But guess what you can do with these shackles?
They're cheap shackles, too.
You've got more length to work with to build up momentum and snap the chain. Not enough for Miss Pace to get away. No. Not enough for her to get away. She had 2 sets of restraints keeping her right arm down there so she couldn't fight back with her right hand. Only with her left.
That rubbing is killing my ears.
You can see it right there. It's broken because Jasmine takes it all back. It's broken that because when Jason Chen put those cuffs on her, she tried to get away, but was only to break free with 1 6. Couldn't break from the second. That's all it took. It's all it took to keep her in one place so that he could inflict a total of 60 stab and incised wounds on her little body. That's all it took. Having her in the fetal position with 1 arm chained to her right leg on the inside. And let's think about it. Why on the inside? Not on the outside. If it is, as the defense would have you believe, that Jasmine Pace was cuffed up while she was dead, right? Why on earth would they apply 1 shackle to the elbow and the other one to the left leg? She's not moving. She's not going anywhere. You'd make it so that it matches, right? You want her to be in as tight of a package as possible to fit into this teeny little suitcase that's not designed to hold a person. She's not moving. Cuff the hands together, shackle the 2 legs together, and pull them together. You wouldn't go haphazard, right hand to right leg, and then attach a cuff here and attach the shackle to the left leg. That's indicative of she doesn't want to be shackled. He's just slapping the shackles on whatever he can find, whatever he can get his hands on. It's been insinuated that this was crime of passion. Chen blacked out, didn't know what he was doing. 60 stabs, wakes up. What have I done? I want you to remember something. Dr. Cogswell told you that the injuries inflicted on Miss Pace, Jasmine, were from 2 categories: antemortem, paramortem. He emphatically said, I found no evidence of postmortem injuries. Remember that testimony? You mean that a crazed individual who doesn't know what they're doing knows the precise moment to stop stabbing? Or with somebody who's acting under some kind of a passion that just keeps stabbing, he would keep going after they're dead. He used the precise amount of force necessary to accomplish his goal, and then he stopped. That's evidence of premeditation. It shows that he knows what he's doing. It shows that he's in control of his actions. And we can see it there in 204:11. That's a paramortem. I want you to think about it. If you're stabbing somebody and you've slit their throat, severed their jugular, the epiglottis, so that she's now inhaling and choking on her own blood, aspirating it into the lungs, creating that, I think it was leopard print pattern, cheetah print, I forget. But the pattern inside the lungs, not a quick death. It's not an instant kill. Remember the questions were asked of Dr. Cogswell? That would immediately incapacitate her, wouldn't it, doctor? Not necessarily. So then you move on to somewhere else, another vital organ. The lung. The head. But you want to know what happened with the lung? The knife blade broke off.
Please, defense, enough.
James' job, much
You're
more
pissing me off.
We know that some of the wounds, like the through and through
Oh,
of her
that
hand,
hurts my ears
through
to
and through of
no
her neck, and the one that
end.
broke off in her back all had to happen ante-mortem with the knife blade still intact. Okay, but what we do know is that not only came after she was dead. What are the odds? And during Dr. Cogswell's testimony, there was a question from the jury, and it was a good question, a very good question. How many of them, of the wounds that you saw, were downward? But remember, Dr. Cogswell always talks and describes in standard anatomical position. Up means towards the head. Down means towards the soles of the feet. Right means towards the victim's right hand, and left means towards the victim's left hand. Front, the front of her body. Back, the back of the body. But remember what Dr. Cogswell also said, that he believed that she was in the fetal position, which could be accomplished in only two ways. Standing on the flap of her feet like this, or on her side on the ground. And if we're talking about on her side on the ground, the standard anatomical positioning gets tricky. You'll have the autopsy report back there. And a question was asked, were any of them upward? Any of the wounds indicating upward? And that doesn't necessarily mean up towards the sky. It just means, for instance, in this case, an oblique stab wound on the right web of the neck penetrating upward through muscle only is generally in that direction. So as you read the autopsy report, remember, upward doesn't necessarily mean that she was standing. What it can indicate is that she's on the ground. It's just the knife's angle, traveling from one direction to the other. Now, we've already talked about this, but after he stabs Miss Jasmine Pace, after he disposes of her body, he's disguising his appearance. That's a higher level function of Mr. Chen's brain. He is thinking about, I don't want to get caught, so what can I do to avoid detection? He's got to clean his apartment, which he's already started doing, but how can I not be recognized when I'm going out disposing of various pieces of evidence? So he disguises himself. And just if there's any doubt, on the bed, this hoodie was collected. You can see it's stark white pull tabs. And this shirt. And when you watch the video frame by frame, you can see the pattern. It's matched. Being left in the crime scene. Another interesting thing that he does is he starts changing his habits. When you see him check out at Walgreens, when you see him check out at Walmart, when you see him running around, he's using his phone as his wallet. But inexplicably, when he gets to Nolensville, his phone, which he uses as his wallet, is now inside a red jewelry box in a bedroom. And he's transitioned to an actual physical wallet that heretofore on the videos you've not seen. Why? Because he's concerned he's now being tracked. Can't take his phone with him. or it might give away where he is. And he stages the scene. We know he stages the scene based upon the physical evidence. The giant saturation stain on the left side of the bed, on the north wall of the bedroom, the oil stains along the east wall. But when law enforcement arrived, his bed is moved. It's now up against the north wall, covering up the stain. Don't forget, Exhibit 72, crime scene photograph, shows indentations in the carpet consistent with an item having been recently moved. What item? Well, there's a nightstand that's the same general shape in the corner next to the bed. Also, in Exhibit 117, you can see Mr. Chen with his bed very clearly centered on the east wall. Why would he move his bed? To cover up the large blood stain on the carpet, where Miss Jasmine Pace, to quote Dr. Cogswell, leaked. This is circumstantial evidence.
If y'all donate to Miss
Personified.
Diane, I'll give you 10 entries to today's drawing.
Do you see the black stain on the right side of the left
Just
shoe?
put Lady Diane comments if you donated to her coffee fund.
It's right there. Go through the crime scene photos. He likes Van's pink pair, got another white pair, in boxes. Where's the rest of the knife? Never been found. We don't know where it is because Mr. Jason Chen, after stabbing Jasmine Pace, disposed of that too. And obviously, we've already talked about this, the body. Also talked about the manipulation of digital evidence. About that as well. Everything he does is calm, it's collected, but most importantly, it's rational. Everything he does is to a point, and that's to escape capture. Everything he does leading up to the attack by shackling and restraining Jasmine Pace is to make it easier to accomplish the act itself. That is premeditation. It doesn't matter that he didn't have it written down on some sheet of paper. Today will be the day that I kill Jasmine Pace. All that matters is he took steps to commit the murder. He committed the murder. And during the commission of the murder, you mean to tell me that during any one of those 60 stabs, he never once thought I should stop? No. Like the car approaching the yellow light, it was hammered down. Keep going. Don't stop. The defense's theory is that this all happened in the bedroom. This was been insinuated. They're expert. Something big happened in the bedroom. The defense postulates that the blood in the bathroom is because Mr. Chen crawled on the floor and took his shirt off. That's how the blood got there. Remember that question being postulated to the defense expert? It's possible. Is it reasonable? Their own expert described the collection of evidence was he was testifying on direct examination yesterday. CPD crime scene did a good job collecting things with the knowledge that they had going on. Their own expert said that. I didn't ask that question. He just offered it to you. That was his opinion, unsolicited. He talks about crime scene contamination and how footprints through blood can move blood from one part of the apartment to the other. But he then, on cross-examination, admits that in order for there to be blood soaked through the grout, it has to be a large volume. sitting there for a while, right? You mean to tell me that when the Pace family conducted their frantic searches of Mr. Chen's apartment, you mean to tell me that when the Chattanooga Police Patrol officers walked through, they trampled through enough blood to soak through grout and produce that pattern on the underside? That's unbelievable. It's incredible, and it's unreasonable. Now, he did tell you that what we have here in Exhibit 179-6 is an impact mark. Remember his testimony about that? You can infer the direction based upon the angle of the tail of the blood drop. That as it impacts the surface, it creates kind of a teardrop shape with a little dot. See the little dot? And then from that, you can infer the direction from which the blood came. And in this case, he agreed, when shown this photograph, 179-1, that where the blood came from, that's over 6 feet off the ground, was, lo and behold, the red area outlined here in the bathroom, not the bedroom. He also is of the opinion that despite the blue star lighting up like this, that's just transfer. Even though that's in the same room where we see the impact mark with direction indicated. His opinion is that the attack happened in the bedroom, and that this is the result of massive bleeding. He says that he could see in these photographs that there are scuffs on the wall, and that's indicative of something happening there. Remember that testimony? Scuffs on the wall. He tells you that he can't see drag marks, but he did recognize a blood trail going from the bathroom past number 6 under the bed to the large saturation stain that we saw in the preceding photograph. He also tells you that he could see in his photo what he believes to be 3 fingers. I don't know about your fingers, but when we put that picture up on the projector, I ask you to agree fingers aren't in a straight line. How perfectly straight were those lines of the fingers? I ask, isn't it possible that it was the folding of the sheet over on top of each other and a transfer in that manner, not a fingerprint? You couldn't say. In light of all of that, counsel asks, would that blood have been transferred by Jason? I don't see how it would have. Remember, he was asked about the attack and would that have created a large volume of blood, a large amount of blood? And he said, yes, it would have gotten everywhere. Jason's arms, his chest, his shirt, even the back of his head. Well, if that's the case, remember what Dr. Cogswell said when he was describing the position of Jasmine Pace's body on the large carpet. He said that her head, when we had it splayed out here on the floor, and remember the 2 straight corners, north wall, east wall, north wall, east wall, okay? Head was here, posterior, buttocks here, legs tucked up. Remember that explanation? If that's the case, well, that's not much room in which to stab someone 60 times, is it? It's also curious. How would you be positioned to be able to even inflict those wounds in that little area? It's not reasonable. The explanation makes absolutely no sense. I mean, don't forget, it's an attack that literally broke the knife blade off. A violent attack, creating blood that would have covered both the victim and Jason Chen. But ask yourselves, if that headboard was up against the wall, meaning this is the side of the bed exposed to that violent exchange, where's all the blood? All we have are these little red spots. A couple small nail transfers.
Hey, Grandma
There's the
House.
blood on the maroon sheet. It was pulled all the way down. Ask yourselves, if the attack severed the ulnar artery on the hand that's free, you mean to tell me that Dr. Coswell, who described arterial bleeds as spurting, there's not blood everywhere, just in a little puddle? Where's the blood? On the floor, no doubt. We'll agree to that. Where's the impact stains? On the bed, the wall, door frame, the molding. Where's the blood? Dr. Cogswell told you in his testimony, follow the blood. And it just doesn't follow. Here's the sheet. If Miss Jasmine Pace was stabbed 60 times within a foot or so of this bed and that sheet, in the manner described by Dr. Cogswell and their own crime scene expert, it would be soaked. But it's not. All we can see are some red stains in the carpet. Rather, ladies and gentlemen, the proof in this case, the scientific proof, that even the testimony of the defense's own witness, Mr. Lawrence, establishes that the more violent, aggressive, physically impressive acts occurred in this room, the bathroom, in that area right there. I want you to think about this. In order to soak through the grout that we see in the preceding photographs, that would have required a large puddle for an extended period of time. The blood stain at Exhibit 6 is consistent with blood running off the end of the tile and beginning to soak into the carpet. No doubt the defense expert is correct. Carpet is absorbent. And it started wicking the blood off of the tile floor before Mr. Chen had an opportunity to soak it up. Whose blood? TBI tested it. It's Jasmine Pace's blood. Jasmine Pace's blood found on the threshold in the transition from the bedroom to the bathroom. The impact marks lead back to the large puddle of blood, to the large puddle of Jasmine Pace's blood. And oh, by the way, 159.12 and 159.13. Remember, he said there's an impact mark on the threshold of the door in the bedroom, and it ran down and then puddled a little bit. Then blood will do that. It'll impact. It'll drip, and then it will stop. So we got that on the bathroom. But hey, it didn't happen there. It's their expert things. Despite the fact that the bathroom lights up like this, he says it's all contamination. That's his opinion. All of this is contamination. He said it over and over and over and over again. Contamination, contamination, contamination. Everybody's contaminating. I'm contaminating. Everyone's contaminating. You want to know where the Paces, the police, the crime scene units aren't walking with their feet? How How about the doors? It's not contamination. That's Jasmine Pace's blood because that's where Jasmine Pace was murdered. Further proof of a cleanup as if you need it. He's buying paper towels. He's buying cleaning supplies. And yet the only thing that we can find, despite Mr. Lawrence, a nice gentleman, okay, saying that Mr. Chen didn't do a thorough cleanup job. Yes, he did. All we have are blood and grout and a discoloration stain from where she was brutally murdered by Mr. Jason Chen. Further proof of it. Further stains in the grout. Talk about voluntary manslaughter. Vince has said provocation. Provocation. Based on what evidence? Courtney Paglino Brewer said she heard an argument. You've seen an awful lot of arguing in this courtroom over the course of this trial. An argument is not an excuse to murder somebody. Just because you have a disagreement with somebody and they're yelling, that's not adequate provocation to lead an otherwise reasonable person to act in an irrational manner. Mr. Chen is always a rational person in everything he does, whether it's posing as the victim online, whether it's sending the family messages, whether it's turning her phone on and off, whether it's using her phone to try to hide his activities, everything's with a purpose, including chaining her up. There's been absolutely no evidence other than there's a disagreement. She sounded sad. The female voice sounded sad but assertive. And she screamed. It's not provocation. It's a nothing. She's not there. What would cause a reasonable person to act unreasonable? It was posited earlier that it was a wine glass. Where? Ms. Brewer didn't hear crashing. She didn't hear breaking. All she heard was running away from the back of the apartment towards the front. Is that consistent with the story that we were told earlier? No, it's not. It's consistent with Miss Jasmine Pace trying to get away, being stopped, being restrained, and then being murdered in the room that, guess what, is in between the bedroom and the front door. Mr. Chen was able to stop her before she got out, and that's where he handcuffed her, and that's where he started stabbing her. Did she bleed a lot in the bedroom? Absolutely. Absolutely. But even when you were showing the carpet with the giant saturation stain, you can't say that's Jasmine Pace. You remember that question being asked over and over? Then whose is it? Every explanation that has been given for Mr. Chen's conduct up until this point has been disproven. Remember, don't forget, ding ding. Ding ding. Ding ding. That's what set Jasmine off. But you've seen the Tinder records. And it's not there.
Please post Grandma's House link to her YouTube channel. Thank
What
you.
this shows is a person who may have had an aggressive emotion during the attack, no doubt. Every murder is aggressive. Every murder is emotional. That doesn't mean that it was provoked. Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Chen unlawfully killed Ms. Pace. He acted intentionally. The number of wounds, his restraining the victim before the attack, his conduct after all shows calm reflection on the task at hand. And that's why he's guilty of first-degree murder. Go find him guilty for snuffing out Ms. Jasmine Pace's life on the 23rd of November, 2022, at 2 o'clock in the morning. Thank you. Yes.
So the prosecution is finished. Excusion, you guys want to have fun and love word games and puzzles? Go to the YouTube channel Grandma's House Fun.
On
It
behalf
is
of
fun.
Jason Chen and his defense team, we appreciate your attentiveness during the course of this trial. This has been a difficult trial. Jasmine Pace's life was taken on November 23rd, 2022. Jason Chen did that. Jason Chen and Jasmine Pace have been in a relationship on and off, as you heard testimony, for about a year. On November 22nd, just before midnight, Jasmine Pace came to Jason Chen's home, 110 Tremont Street, apartment 210. It's undisputed. What happens between 12 o'clock and 2 o'clock? There's no proof. But we do at 2 o'clock in the morning. Courtney Brewer was awakened. She was awakened by what she described as a female scream. What we know is that Courtney couldn't describe what was being said. She couldn't say to you, she couldn't answer any questions about what the argument was over. She described it as something that you couldn't decipher. Emotions are up, pulses are up, everyone's aggravated. Jason Chen's scared. Jasmine's upset. Jason's upset. And Jason killed Jasmine. He got a knife, and 60 times Jasmine was stabbed. That hasn't been disputed by the defense since the first day of this trial. What's been disputed is the state's allegation that this is premeditated. You as a jury have the most important job. You're going to retire to a jury room, and you're going to be looking at all of this evidence. You're going to be looking at all of the testimony, recalling the testimony that you've heard from all of the witnesses. Investigator Crawford, Dr. Cogswell, Courtney Brewer, CSU investigators. You're going to be going through mounds of evidence, days of testimony. And like the general asked you during jury selection, you get to use your common sense. You get to apply what you know to the facts and the evidence that's been given to you. What we know is that from just after 2 o'clock in the morning, everything that Jason did showed that there was no plan. It showed that he wasn't acting rational. Rational people don't shackle individuals and put them in garbage bags. They don't shackle the individual, put them in the garbage bag, and put them in a suitcase. They don't go the next day to Walgreens and Walmart to get cleaning supplies. They call the police. Everything that Jason Chen did was disgusting. It's unacceptable. That's not refuted by the defense. The state would like for you to believe that everything that Jason did from just after 2:18 in the morning until he was in Nolensville was part of the plan. He left breadcrumbs everywhere he went. He got Jasmine's phone, used her. The state has asked you to believe that Jason had full control of her phone from 2 o'clock on, but they don't want you to think for a moment that he yet again made a mistake. Tries to not share a location, stop sharing a location, and drops a pin. They want you to believe that Jasmine was shackled when she was being stabbed. Dr. Cogswell was asked very specific questions, questions that you can remember. You can look back through your notes and recall his testimony and discuss this among yourselves. There were no ligature marks on Jasmine's wrist. There were no ligature marks on Jasmine's ankles. There were no cuts. There were no bruising. The state would like for you to believe that's because she couldn't move. She couldn't break the shackles. She couldn't break the handcuffs. The reason they aren't there is because they were not applied so that Jason could stab her. They were applied so that he could fit her into garbage bags before putting her into a suitcase. If the state was able to establish that she was cuffed and shackled, there's your premeditation. They don't have that. You don't have that for the proof either. What you have is the state's argument to you today. That's the theory you should believe. And their own expert refutes that. No defensive wounds, no ligature marks, no bruising, no cuts. An individual that's fighting and tied would surely have that. Jason is charged with 2 counts: abuse of a corpse, first-degree murder. When you're in this jury room, you're going to be tasked with finding him guilty of an offense beyond a reasonable doubt. What is that? Reasonable doubt, beyond a reasonable doubt, is going to be the elimination of any doubt that Jason Chen committed these offenses. Let's put them side by side. The abuse of the corpse charge. A reasonable person would not believe that it's acceptable for Jason to put Jasmine into trash bags after she's been shackled, put her into the suitcase, drive her to Suck Creek, and discard her. No reasonable doubt would a reasonable person have. That's not acceptable. That's unlawful, and that he's committed that offense. When you're in the jury room, though, do you have that same confidence related to premeditation? Do you have the same conviction that Jason knew what he was doing, that he intended to do this, and that he had the plan to do it? The law is clear. We're not asking you to believe that Jason had hours, days, months that he's planned this out. But you have to know with moral certainty that he had a moment to reflect and that he didn't. It's the state's burden to show you that he had that moment of reflection and that he chose to disregard and to continue to engage in acts that killed Jasmine Hicks. Ladies and gentlemen, that's not here. You've heard from Courtney Brewer about the yelling. something that she can't even describe to you what was being said. Movement throughout the apartment. Jason's actions from that point forward, well, are not acceptable or adequate. You believe that Jason was provoked to a point of being in fear or terror, then you're going to be looking at the jury instructions specific to voluntary manslaughter. I'm going to pull up on the screen here what specifically you need to look at in the jury instructions regarding premeditation. When you're dealing with premeditation, and I'm going to read this to you, but you have the ability to read it yourself, is a premeditated act that is done after the exercise of reflection and judgment. Not one, but both. The exercise of reflection and judgment. Premeditation means that the intent to kill must have been formed prior to the act. What we've heard for days is everything Jason has done after. This is not you going to the jury room and determining that there's post-meditation. It's premeditation. Everything that Jason did before Jasmine's death. It's not necessary that the purpose of guilt pre-exists in the mind of the accused for any definite period of time. The state says each of those actions, 120 movements, that Jason should have had the ability to reflect. They haven't shown that he did. What you need to look at also is in Dr. Cogswell's testimony. He talked about the injuries that Jasmine sustained. He talked about how they were centralized, how there wasn't a pattern, that it seemed erratic. It seemed as if someone was in a state of excitement, a state of passion. When you're looking at the lessons that the judge has already instructed you about, when you go into second degree or voluntary manslaughter, when you find that the state has not met their burden to prove premeditation, you're going to be looking specifically at the distinction between what is second degree murder and what is voluntary manslaughter. Specifically, voluntary manslaughter requires that the killing result from a state of passion. The state's witness talked about this. They talked about the individual that inflicted these wounds being in a state of excitement or a state of passion. Right here, your jury instruction. That is something for you to consider. It does require that there has to be a state of passion that's produced by adequate provocation. You heard yelling from the floor below. That was enough to wake an individual up at 2 o'clock in the morning. So loud that she couldn't even make out what was being said. There's an argument. Provocation. When you're looking at the next step, it would be a reasonable person to act in an irrational manner. The state would like me to believe that he was cool, calm, and rational. Irrational people do the things that Mr. Chen did. On the next slide, when you're trying to determine what the state of passion is, passion means human emotions such as anger, rage, resentment, terror, similar emotions which render a mind incapable of cool reflection. If you find that there was provocation, that you believe Ms. Gruber, that she heard a female screaming, so loudly yelling that nothing could be made out of what she's saying. Anger. Jasmine is angry. Jason. We don't hear that Jason's yelling back or that Jason's screaming at her. We hear that a female is yelling. If you find that there was a specific issue of whether or not Jason could have been in a state of passion, you can't form premeditation because You can't reflect. There's no moment that you could have for full reflection. During the course of this trial, there were a lot of questions that were raised about the investigation.
I'll be right back.
of Chattanooga Police Department, about the collection of evidence, about the time that it took for law enforcement to get involved. This wasn't to distract you or to try to make it look like Jason didn't commit any offense. It was to make you aware that the state's going to ask you to rely on this evidence of this scene. That one, Jason contaminated, but so did every other individual that went in afterwards. They want you to believe that this scene is pristine enough that it sets a story up that Jason acted with premeditation. Cleaning a scene after the fact does not give you premeditation. Removing Jasmine's body, shackling her, putting her in garbage bags, and putting her in the suitcase and discarding her on the riverbanks doesn't give you premeditation. It gives you the use of force. How Jasmine was discarded is not good. Jason should be held accountable for that. Jasmine's death is not acceptable. Jason should be held responsible for that. When you're in the jury room and you are looking through these instructions, it'll be important for you to remember it is the state's room to prove each of those elements beyond a reasonable doubt. First degree murder requires premeditation, as you saw on that first slide. The state has to prove that beyond a reasonable doubt, and it has not been proven. You will not find first degree murder. But when you're evaluating the jury instructions and the other charges available, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, you will find that Jason Chen did unlawfully kill Jasmine, that he acted in the state of passion, and that he committed the offense of voluntary manslaughter. One of the things that the state did talk about, I'm going to touch briefly on that, is what's been shown as 226. You guys can recall the spreadsheet. The state would like to talk about traces in the sheet, possibly not being blood. You have the ability to look at this. We don't know what this is. You won't be able to see anything but this picture in the back, because the state doesn't do anything with the sheet other than collect it. It's not tested. It's not brought here for the trial. So you have a picture. Why we don't have it here, I'm not sure. But it does raise questions as to what this could be. Why is it not preserved? Why is it not entered here? Why is it not tested? This is among many things we don't have answers to. The state also mentioned a few moments ago antemortem, perimortem, and postmortem. Put a slide up on the screen that showed none detected for postmortem. Dr. Cogswell, in his testimony, said that the time that it takes to inflict those injuries, the 65 weeks to is not the same amount of time it would take for her to die. You can remember that. He said that more than once. The fact that an individual is stabbed 60 times does not mean that she died instantly. You heard about her continuing possibly to bleed out. Jason Chen did not stop stabbing because he thought she was dead and that was good enough. There's no evidence that supports what the state has just said to you. Dr. Cogswell's own testimony refutes what the state just stood here and told you. Dr. Coxwell said that the amount of injuries that were placed on Jasmine, she would have died after the infliction started because of the amount of bleeding that she was doing. I know that I've just said this to you, but I'm going to say it once again. This has been a hard case. Jasmine deserves justice. You have given Mr. Chen the benefit of a fair trial. Your attentiveness has been very clear throughout this, and it's much appreciated. In reviewing this evidence, we ask you to return a verdict of voluntary manslaughter. That's Jason Chen. Thank you.
So they're asking for voluntary manslaughter and not first degree.
Wow.
Here's a rebuttal.
In opening statement, I told you that we would give you the dots and we would help you connect them. Every single fact we mentioned in opening statement, we proved beyond a reasonable doubt. Every single fact we committed to, we proved to you beyond a reasonable doubt, because that's what opening statements are for. To give you the evidence you're about to see. And then you heard from Mr. Chen's attorney, who committed to a very specific story. Remember, we didn't just talk about that story, right? We backed off that story because, that story doesn't work anymore. And we're going to talk about that story. This entire trial has been muddy the waters. It has been muddy the waters to confuse the jury. The opening statement from the defense was meant to confuse you. It was meant to have you thinking about other things, possible defenses that the state disproved. Not only did you not hear evidence of what they said in their opening statement, the state outright disproved it. That's why you don't hear it today. That's why we're not going to go back over the defendant's story. And you had asked about transcripts of opening statements. Let's talk about what we committed to in opening statement as Jason Chen's attorneys. They met on Tinder, wrong? You have text messages. They met on Bumble. Simple thing, but we're just starting with the untruths that the state disproved. They traveled to Chicago together that summer, wrong? End of October. You have text messages that show that he asked her to go to Chicago. You heard that you will see messages where you will see that one of them likes one of them more than the other. Oh, that Jasmine liked him more than he liked her. Wrong. You never saw proof of it. In fact, you have all the messages that they didn't want to show you. They wanted to put them in evidence and then just hope that maybe you'll waste your time reading them. So what did I do? I put them on the screen for you. That weekend before he killed her, he asked her to come over. Oh, she likes him more? No. If you want to waste your time reading the messages, read them. You'll find out that that was not true. What they committed to an opening statement was not true. They drank wine, smoked pot, smoked wax. We didn't hear that just now, did we? Why? Because it's not true. They committed to a story to throw mud at the wall, and it was never true. It was meant to confuse you. And then also, how offensive. The victim drank wine, so he murdered her. The defendant was smoking wax. No proof of it. Zero proof of it. Didn't happen. But let's say that it did. The defendant smoked wax, marijuana, so he murdered her. That is no defense. But it's certainly not a defense when you say it and you never prove it. You committed to this in your opening statement. And by the end of trial, when the jury's no longer confused, you don't want to talk about it anymore. In order to open one of the bottles of wine in the bedroom, Jason had to go to the kitchen and get a kitchen knife to take off that plastic wrapper that goes around the top of the wine bottles. We've seen that knife. Well, we've seen part of it. We'll never know where the other part of it is. We've seen part of it, right? So he was able to get it off the top of the wine bottle. They finish off the bottle. She goes into the kitchen to get another one, and she sees those Tinder messages. The Tinder messages are significant, mostly because that was their adequate provocation. The only adequate provocation you ever heard in this trial was an opening statement, which is not evidence. And then what was the state able to do? Through an expert, who nobody can deny that Mark Hamilton is an expert. He put those Tinder records on the screen and he explained them to you. They are records that cannot be toyed with. They are records that T-Mobile holds regardless of whether you delete things. Those are his Tinder records. And not only did he not have Tinder notifications from that morning, he didn't even have Tinder notifications from November 22nd. That was their adequate provocation. It didn't happen. We know for a fact it didn't happen. So now they stand up here and they say adequate provocation. He was provoked with zero evidence. What the evidence was is that he chased her to the door of that apartment. Miss Paglino Brewer was the state's best witness, and I didn't even call her. I wish I would have. She nailed down our timeline. If you didn't already believe the timeline because she sent her mother her location at 2:18, Courtney knows it. Courtney looked at her phone at 2:11 in the morning after she heard a scream of a woman in, quote, distress. And here's the kicker. They want you to believe this fabricated story that there's no proof of. But how does Courtney help us? Because she attacked Jason. Again, we're uncommitted to this story now, but let's just go back to their opening statement. She attacked him with a wine bottle, and then subsequently, after he kicked her 98-pound body, according to opening statement, he kicked her 98-pound body to the floor where she fell on wine glasses. She then subsequently came at him with a wine glass and he stabbed her irrationally and very fast 60 times. Not true. Why? Because of Courtney and because of that phone location. Courtney was 2:11 a.m. The phone location to her mom was 2:18, 7 minutes. She screamed. Things happened. She was able to know she was in enough danger that she needed to send her mother her location. It wasn't fast. It wasn't fast at all, and we know that. 2:11 is 7 minutes from 2:18. It wasn't fast. She knew she was in danger. She tried to get out of the door, and Courtney told you that she heard a door slam. Jasmine knew she was in trouble. She had time to use her phone before he started killing her. Made up story. He kicked her. He kicked 98-pound Jasmine Pace, and then he ran away. But he couldn't get the bathroom door closed because of a bath mat. Couldn't close the door on 98-pound Jasmine Pace. So he had to run in his bathroom. He had to run to his bedroom. Jasmine's right there coming at him with this broken glass. In closing, they don't want to talk about the story that they committed to, because the story they committed to was that he killed her in the bedroom. And he gets, quote, and he gets back into his bedroom and Jasmine's right there coming at him with this broken glass. Jason sees the knife and he reacts and he stabs. Okay, we got two problems there. First of all, his own expert, who I wish I would have called, good expert, says that there's something that happened in the bathroom. There is blood spatter on the wall in the bathroom. Like General Moyle showed you, there is blood in the grout in the bathroom. We know she was moved. Why do we know she was moved? Because Dr. Cogswell testified that on the ground in the bedroom where you see all of the blood, which was almost all of the blood that was in her body, because he was only able to get a small vial of blood because it had all leaked out on the carpet, that for that blood to be on the carpet, she had to be laying on her wound side. That's what he said. Because if she was not on her wound side, the blood would have soaked down to the other side of her body, and the medical examiner would have been able to see that. He said she was wound side down. We know she was moved. We know she was moved, and we know there wasn't enough room right there to just simply flip her over. She was killed. The stabbing began in the bathroom, and then he drug her into the bedroom where he put her on her side with the wound so she could bleed out. We know that. What else is the problem with this? Jason sees the knife and he reacts and he stabs. She's coming after him. He sees the knife and he stabs. The problem is, without question, over and over again, including in writing, our medical examiner says her wounds match her fetal position. It is not true. Trying to confuse you. Trying to throw everything at the wall and hope that it sticks. Really, the worst part of the opening statement is he's scared for what his future entails. But more importantly, the shame that he's going to bring on his family, the shame that comes with everything that he's being accused of today. Manipulative. Selfish. He's scared for what his future entails. He's so scared that he texts on Tinder Victoria at 9:52 with some corny pickup line. He's so scared for his future that he's playing video games with his friends later that day. Don't worry about Jasmine Pace, who's dead in your apartment the entire day until 6 p.m. when you take her to Sup Creek Road. Keep in mind, when he Tinder messages Victoria, Jasmine is dead in his apartment. Uncontested facts. Is this the mindset of someone that just irrationally stabbed a girl 60 times? No. And then he lies over and over and over again. And this is something that General Moyle didn't mention. He lies to Katrina Pace on the phone. He says he hadn't seen her since Saturday. A lot. Then he gets to his parents' house in Nolensville and he's trying to come up with a story. Not the story you heard Monday, but he's trying to come up with a story. It says the last time I saw her was the 18th of November. The other note, the other sticky note on the desk says the last time I saw her was the 19th. Trying to get his facts right. He knows he's being looked for. He knows law enforcement's trying to contact him. Why? Because he's got Zach Crawford's number written on a Post-it note. Does he ever say, hey, I killed her because she came at me with a wine bottle? No. He's got Zach Crawford's number written on the Post-it note. He's scared for what his future entails. I'm going to ask y'all to do something for me. It's been a long week. I'm only going to have a couple more requests. When you think about this trial in 10 or 15 years, you tell somebody about the jury that you had to serve on in Hamilton County, you tell them about the case. I don't want you to remember this case as the case of State of Tennessee versus Jason Chen. The trial of Jason Chen. I don't want you to remember it with the suitcase that the girl left on the side of the road. I want you to remember this trial as the trial for Jasmine Pace.
Because we talked a whole lot about criminal defendants. You've heard the name Jason Chen a whole lot since we started jury selection last week. Victims matter. Jasmine Pace is not just some girl listed in an autopsy report. She is not the photos that you have seen. Don't minimize her to a name on an indictment. She is a person. She had family that loved her, that you've heard from this week. She was a friend. She was a granddaughter. Please don't minimize this trial to the trial for him. I'm going to ask that you take all this information, all the notes you've made this week, all of the closing argument information. You're instructed to go back there and begin with first-degree premeditated murder. Go back there together and find him guilty. Please. Thank you, Judge.
Ladies and gentlemen, some part of the trial where we'll select our four alternates at this point. You may be disappointed, you may be relieved, but if you are an alternate, you're not off the hook yet. You'll be kept separate from the other jurors in case something happens to the 12 that go back. We're not sure how long the deliberations will take, but you will still remain part of an essential part of making sure that this trial continues until the final verdict is recorded.
That must have been full. That must have been folded up real little. Wonder. Yeah, that'll work for me if I'm signing. Yep. Can y'all hear me okay this way? I need to turn. There we go. That way my hands can still be.
Otis Anderson, juror number 2.
Oh, yeah, they're, yeah, they need to, they definitely need to, hide the names.
Talk about the case among yourselves. You'll be kept in a separate room for now. And we'll let you know if you're needed. At this point, you need to go excuse you. Get your belongings from the jury room. The deputies will take you to another room.
Okie dokie. Okie dokie. So I wonder what the judge is going to say on link. I may be playing Animal Crossing with you guys. Ah! We'll see. I need to get this done better, but I'm going to get above the head with this, or a very good side mic. I got cameras. I got to make adjustments, but I got another arm coming that may help. I can put it over here. But right now, this is all I got. We're going to keep it there. That's better. So much not in my face. I guess he is turned off the volume. How are y'all doing? Hey, Toxic. Y'all came back. Was this? I remember when Ada was signing for Ian and Runkle. Friday Night Frenzy. She was nonstop for hours. It was a 5-hour thing. She signed from beginning to end. Yeah, I have done that. Toxic, they are just now going to, we just finished closing arguments. I got to tell you, I really like the prosecution on those closing arguments, y'all. That's some of the best closing arguments I think I've had in a while. I don't know why we're going into the circles, but we are. So the jury, I think, is exiting. It is very hard for me to respond back to you guys, so don't take it personally when I'm interpreting. We are going to have to start I need to start providing more interpretation during trials. So I wonder if the jury will decide sentencing or if the judge will. I don't know. So the jury is leaving the courtroom. The sound has been turned off. What attorney says no evidence of mine? There wasn't, I mean, she's right. Everything that the defense said that they were going to prove in the beginning of opening statements, they didn't even mention it in the closing statements. Yeah, you're right, Barbara. The evidence speaks for itself. Definitely does. Toxic, we're glad to have you back. Now let's see how long the jury deliberation is going to last.
We'll stand in recess until the jury has a question or verdict.
So we stand in recess. So we will be here as long as it takes. The good news, bad news is good news for y'all, bad news for my students. We are not having ASL tonight because of the incoming weather. The facility has called me and said, we'd like to close tonight. Yeah, everyone said we were supposed to get snow, but I don't see snow in the forecast anymore for us. We don't get snow tonight. It appears that we're going to get low 20s. We're just not going to have the moisture. We'll have the cold wind, but we're not going to have the moisture. The snow forecast has come out of what they forecast it to be. So unlucky for us. Today has not been the best of days. I got my first copyright strike and warning and had to take a little class online and had to now I have a mark on my page for 60 days, which sucks. I wonder how many other YouTubers. I saw a lot of YouTubers that were doing what I was doing, but I was going to interpret in ASL, the inaugurational ceremonies. We were going to interpret it like we did the debates, and we didn't get any of the dings on debates because we were interpreting it. Well, I was getting ready to start interpreting it, and they kicked me out. They shut my live down. But it really is sad, and it's horrible that the deaf community had zero access to that. But with that, where do we go now? Let me go and look on YouTube and see what's happening. An hour ago, let me see what the weather says. Isolated freezing length snow minor. Okay, so we have a weather guy that just said, yeah, we're not getting much. I'm trying to look at my y'all are so funny. You're showing all of the pets and everything in our Discord. I could tell all of y'all to go to Discord and we could put a movie on. Oh, I tried to do a live stream through YouTube last night and it just didn't work. It didn't work. Oh, you're welcome. I really feel bad because I know that there are deaf people that told me they were going to watch, and that's why I really wanted to make sure it was available for them. And YouTube, I got to figure out a way to be able to. interpret these things because it's not fair to the deaf community to constantly be left out of all of this because of some of the rules. I think if you're providing a public access, and at the moment I wasn't interpreting that at the moment. We were interpreting court. But there was interpreting to be done. Yeah, I know. I know, but now I got a ding on my stupid channel and I don't know what to do about it. And I hate it. I hate it. I hate having a ding on my channel. I'm going to go to my channel. Does it show up for everybody else to look at, or is it just on my back page? Will it show up for other people who look at my channel and say, "Oh my God, she's been dinged"? I'm just kind of curious to that. Oh my gosh, some people are still liking my reply, still commenting on the live I did a week ago Sunday night with Miss I'm tired. Tanika. So it's kind of cool that some people are still kind of on that boat. But we are there. I don't think we can see that. Oh, good. Because I just don't want people to see that there was a strike on me. But I think, this is a historical event. I should be able to have that and rebroadcast it and be able to interpret it when the actual event happens. It's just a little frustrating, a little disheartening, but you know what? It is what it is. I will get over it. But that just shows me how important it is that I keep fighting for the accessibility. So I'm going to get a hold of some people and see what I can do. And see what I can do. I'm also going to start doing my native beadwork again. I think I'm in a place where I can do that again. I'm trying to get why did you fall? You shouldn't be falling. I'm trying to get my GoPro up and running again. She's being finicky. The GoPro is being freaking finicky. Why? It isn't even showing up on my list. Wow. So go to cameras. Manage cameras. USB. Nope, that's not the other one I want. Sony Image Edge. Nope. Nope, so it's not even recognizing. I gotta probably do an update. Thank you so much for liking. Yes. By the way, I did draw the previous live because we were live when I got shut down. And that sucked. Toxic I have. Let me go back and do it again. Can somebody drop the live link for Miss Diane's Buy Me a Cup of Coffee? I could put it on the banner. Or maybe I can do it this way. Hold on. Control copy. Cancel. Comments. Kind of got to go backwards. Okay. There it is. Y'all bless Miss Diane. She's so sweet to do this for us and for the deaf community. I really appreciate her support, and I appreciate y'all's support. Show her some love. If you donate some money for her for a cup of coffee, which she really uses for coffee, then do me a favor and put in there Lady Di in all caps. I'll put it in my comments. Like this, I will be happy to add 10 additional entries into your drawing. Just saying. She's a great gal. She and I have done so much together. We've been in trouble together, let me tell you. Yes, you can bless our interpreter for donating her services. Yes, definitely. I adore her, and I can't wait to see her again. We only see each other physically once a year. We do a lot of FaceTime stuff or a lot of face to face through video. And Margie is another one of our dear friends that we all three hang out. Margie is an amazing, amazing woman who I absolutely adore. I think she's fabulous. You want to talk about a warrior? Margie's a warrior. She came through breast cancer. Oh my God, she had me scared. I was really scared that she wasn't going to make it, but she did. God got her through. She got through. She held on. She came through. Had a radical mastectomy and all that kind of horrible jazz. And I am so blessed and honored and happy that she did survive all that. So yay. So Diane and her have they're like spiritual sisters, and they've known each other for over 30 years, I believe now. I'm looking. What am I doing? What am I looking for? Can somebody help me out? What am I looking for? Thank you so much, Toxic, for reminding us. So if you do give something to Miss Di, put Lady Di, like I've given an example in the comments. And I will be. Geez. There's so many wonderful things going on with the inaugural. We have the inaugural electoral college. I mean, the what is it called? What am I watching? Trooping of the Colors. Donald Trump attends a presidential parade. We have such wonderful patriotic stuff. It's sad that I can't interpret it. I love the drum and bugle corps type stuff. I am a military brat. I absolutely love and adore all of the pomp and I can't say that. But all of the cool events that they're having right now, and I can't share that, and it angers me because it really is cool. I have to tell you, Melania Trump, girl, you got feet of gold. Those Trump even mentioned in his speech something about thanking her for putting up with her sore feet. Yeah, her feet must be killing her by now. Definitely go to. We did shout you out a couple of times today, Toxic, as the gavel drops. Please go to the As the Gavel Drops in Discord, validate your account, and you may have access to all the documents that we have access to. She's got a fabulous group of mods that their job is to do all this kind of research. So if you're a researching queen and love to do that, holler out at give Miss Toxic a little holler. She might use you. Oh, hello, it's Britt. Thank you so much. You're so awesome. You got 10 additional entries. But, there's some coughing in the courtroom. There's something going on in the courtroom.
What's in the bags? It's a matter of perspective.
Oh, okay. So they're just re-showing the courtroom. They're just re-showing the closing arguments. But I wish I could show you this. They have sections of every branch. They did it for Biden as he was leaving yesterday. Yesterday, the day before yesterday. Now they're welcoming in their new commander in chief, Donald J. Trump. Once again, this is historical talk, no politics. Pineapples, no politics. Period. But I don't recall. Well, it's being done inside, so it's a little different. It's close up. It's a little more personable the way they're doing this, but it is so awesome. And poor Donald Trump, poor Melania Trump, her feet must be on fire. I have worn heels like that, and I have had my feet on fire. It is not fun. I'm surprised she's not changed her shoes. But then again, I guess if she's used to being in them all day, God only knows. But let me tell you, that's a woman for you. That's one classy, classy woman. I think we have a really nice that she's there. Okay, so in case you missed it, I'm going to go ahead and turn this back on.
I told you already that it need not exist for any definite period of time. Not an hour, not a day, not a minute, not even a second. And as we talk about premeditation, I'm showing you what's already been.
This is the opening statement for the prosecution. Closing statements for the prosecution.
It bears seeing again, but not for the reason that you're thinking. It's 5:59 p.m. on the 23rd of November, 2023. You can see on the screen Mr. Jason Chen wheeling this suitcase towards his Toyota Camry.
That's bigger than the George Torres
Driving
suitcase,
to
y'all.
Suck Creek Road and dumping
It is
Jasmine
slightly
Pace.
bigger.
Sit until found by law enforcement on December the 1st. The video stops here. We've all approached a traffic light. The light has turned yellow. See it here. As someone approaches this traffic light, they have a choice. You step on the gas, you step on the brakes. You consider what time of day is it? Are there pedestrians? What's the traffic look like? Are you running late? Is there a need?
Sorry, guys. I'm actually singing. Do you know the Stars and Stripes Forever? That song actually has words. It actually has words. And I can see the ceremony on my screen, and I have played that many times in the symphony and orchestra and band. I have played the piccolo part, I have played the snare drum part, I played the bass drum part, and I played the bassoon and the bass clarinet part on that song, and I have sung the words. So I really like that song. I can't help it. It was cool. Let's go. Sorry. Rabbit trail.
To get where you're going quickly. All things that your mind processes in an instant. You make the conscious choice to either hit the brake pedal or to go hammer down. And as we'll see, silver car, when faced with that decision, just like Mr. Chen, accelerated, kept going, didn't stop. I want you to keep that in mind as we start going through the proof. What opportunities did Mr. Chen have during this to take the off-ramp away from violence, away from murder, away from 60 stab wounds? It's important to know the timeline. How long does it take to choose to kill Miss Jasmine Pace? Mere seconds. Our story starts at 11:27 p.m. when Miss Jasmine Pace leaves her parents' house. You've seen the pictures of it. She drives from her residence to Jason Chen's apartment at 110 Tremont Street. We can see her arriving at 11:42. A minute before, her My Chevy app shows that her ignition turns off in her car. And people asked in the case in chief, who is the person walking towards the door of the apartment? State's position is that that's Miss Jasmine Pace. The last time she'd ever be seen alive. Then at 2:11 a.m., the defense called a witness whose name is Courtney Paglino Brewer. She was awoken by a scream. It lasted several seconds, she described. She heard footsteps chasing away from the bedroom towards the front door. She heard a female voice that she described as sad but assertive. And the tail end of an argument is what was said. Then she hears the front door slam to Mr. Chen's apartment. The interior door. She told you she knows what the
Barbara, I wish I did have the ability. I have asked, what do you use? How do you do it? And nobody's given me a clear answer. I do know a lot of people that do it are on an OBS system. I am on StreamYard. I do have iPads and I do have a switcher. I'm trying to get all of it hooked up, but I don't have the ability and nobody is sharing. So if anybody knows how I can put timers up there, like somebody with the initials RA, I would really love to know because there's other things I'd like to pop up with that. So please forgive me. I do not have it. I get this question every single time we go into Verdict Watch, and it's so frustrating because I want to have it, but I don't have it. So I'm not. Right now we're 18 minutes 43 seconds. So would love to be able to do that, but I can't. So I'll just keep this running side by side. That way we can I'll just inform y'all probably every 30 minutes to an hour where we are on that. I apologize, but if any of my fabulous people out there know how to do that, let me know, please. I am going to start watching videos and look into the OPMS, be able to run my StreamYard through that. I think you can, but the problem is it's just a lot of learning, and I've got to figure that out. So here we are. They are replaying the closing statements. This is the prosecution. For those of you who missed it, thanks for hanging in with me, guys.
What the front doors to the apartment sound like when they slam shut. And it was the front door to the apartment. She hears sounds of walking, but what's very important is she doesn't hear glass breaking, bottles hitting the floor, nothing. 2:15 a.m. Miss Katrina Pace sends a pin of her last location to her mother. Jasmine Pace sends it to Katrina. Now, there's two options, sure. But circumstantially, we know that it's Jasmine that sent that message because there's only two options. It's either Miss Jasmine Pace in a cry for help, letting her family know where she is, or it's Mr. Jason Chen using the phone, sending a message to Katrina Pace, Jasmine's mom. For what purpose? To get caught? We know he doesn't want that to happen based on everything else that we see after. So by process of elimination, it's Jasmine Pace. At 2:31 a.m., Mr. Chen's downstairs neighbor, Courtney Paglino Brewer, hears a television turn on in Mr. Chen's bedroom. At no point does she describe sounds of toilets flushing, person retching on the floor. No, she hears what? Garbage disposal? Washing machine. That's at 3 a.m., about 1 hour after the murder. We next move forward to 4:04 a.m., about 1 3/4 hours or 1 hour and 45 minutes after the murder. And what starts happening? Jasmine Pace is dead, but her phone starts springing to life. Exhibit 126 shows at 4:04 through 4:28 a series of messages. I ask for you to compare Exhibit 126 to 139. So what? We scroll over. Mr. Chen is now attempting to access Jasmine Pace's bank accounts. How does he know that? Because he's got her bank card right there. He has unfettered access to her property that she brought with her. Phones, driver's licenses, credit cards. Moving forward to 9:52 a.m., now 7 3/4 hours or 7 hours and 45 minutes after Miss Jasmine Pace was murdered, we get to the Tinder. We get to the Tinder data on Mr. Chen's cell phone. And what does it show? Oops. What's it show? I guess we're dating now. Ask yourselves, is that the mindset of a person who's stricken with grief? Or is it the mindset of somebody who has zero remorse, who does not care, that would take a body, put it in garbage bags, load it into the suitcase, load it into their car, drive it out to the wilderness, and dump it on the side of the road, which is consistent. Your common sense tells you that it's the latter. Shortly after, at 10:29, we see Mr. Chen emerge from his apartment for the first time on the 23rd. He's wearing a very distinctive hat. Anything goes. This hat's important. Probably wondering, why would we introduce a hat into evidence?
Because that's what he wore.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is the one article of clothing that through it all never
That's what
raised
nailed him.
Chen's person. We can see here on the Arctic video starting at 10:29.
Everything they have, he's got that on.
Chen come out of his apartment wearing all black. When he steps into the sunlight, you see the red and white of the Anything Goes hat. See it right there. He then gets into his car and he goes where? To the Walmart. Curious thing though, as Mr. Chen rounds the corner of Tremont Street onto Fraser Avenue in the North Shore of Chattanooga, he's by himself. There's no one in the front seat. So what? We can see the Anything Goes hat. We can see Mr. Chen. We can see his car. The so what is that at 10:42 a.m., both his phone and Jasmine Pace's phone arrive at the Red Bank Walmart just a mere minutes away. What does Mr. Chen do? He goes into the Walmart. We can see him wearing all black in Exhibit 18. Wearing, you guessed it, Anything Goes. Mr. Chen then selects various items while he's shopping in the Walmart, but not before he sends this. Good morning. Slept like baby. Made myself a matcha. In an attempt to create an alibi, he's not there. He's somewhere else. You must ask yourselves, is that a sick joke? Slept like baby? Sent to the person that you just stabbed 60 times? Is that the conduct of somebody who doesn't know what they're doing? They're just frantic? Or is it methodical? Does it show a desire in their mind to try to divert attention away from themselves? He uses a photograph to place him at Starbucks rather than Walmart, where he's buying cleaning supplies, towels, Band-Aids. He checks out at 11 o'clock a.m. and then immediately goes to Sup Creek. The location that Miss Jasmine Pace was ultimately found inside this suitcase being indicated by the red pin with body location in the middle. You can see that he's going to the west and to the south of Sup Creek Road, looking for a good spot. He found them. He returned.
What the
All right,
heck?
hello everyone. So we just wrapped up with the trial for Jason Chen. Both the defense and the state went ahead and gave their closing arguments just a few moments ago. In the state's closing argument, it was prosecutor Paul Moyle who stepped up first, and he discussed, all of the evidence the state had presented that they believe shows premeditation on the part of Jason Chen involving the murder of Jasmine Pace. That was a lot of what they highlighted. One thing they specifically highlighted that showed premeditation, or what they believed to be premeditation or planning, was the handcuffs and the shackles
that Jasmine Pace was found to be bound with in that suitcase when they recovered her body. That was a large part of that testimony, that closing argument. And we're also joined by Meg Doyle right now.
That
Meg,
woman
would you like
scared
to
me.
go over some of what the defense said?
Yeah, absolutely. So, one important thing I think it is to note about what happened during closing arguments, there were several times where, if you were watching the stream, it said that there were graphic images being shown. That was the state showed several graphic images, and you know, obviously that is not something that needed to be streamed, and especially when Dr. Cogswell gave his testimony last week, the majority of both families were not in the courtroom for that. And so those images sometimes were the first time that some family members saw those photos. It was very, very emotional in the courtroom. And, you know, in terms of what Mary Beth was discussing about the shackles, the defense said that there's no proof of what happened between midnight and 3 a.m. that night during the hours that Jasmine Pace was killed. But their main argument was trying to argue that Jason Chen acted irrationally, because him acting irrationally means there was no premeditation. And as we know, first-degree murder, premeditation has to be proved. So they were really doubling down on the fact that, rational people would not do what Jason Chen did to try to add to him being irrational during the time that this happened. The defense did admit that everything Chen did was disgusting and unacceptable, and he should be punished for that. But they, again, are saying that it was not premeditated. They were saying that the state just wants the jury to believe that Jasmine was shackled at the time of her death, because that would prove some degree of premeditation. The defense argues that Jason put the shackles on her after she died to fit her into the garbage bags and the suitcase, and that there were no ligature marks on her wrist from the medical examiner's report. So they were, trying to disprove that theory of the state's, that she was shackled before she was murdered. And, the state said that she broke the shackles trying to fight back. But again, the defense really doubled down on arguing that Chen was not acting reasonably. He was acting irrationally, and that everything he did after her death is not premeditation. They're saying that, cleaning the crime scene is not premeditation. They were saying, dumping her body was not premeditation. So, they left the jury with that to decide. And then General Womp came back to finish off the jury. Mary Beth, I think some of the things she said is really important to note if you want to talk about that.
Right. Yes. One thing that District Attorney Cody Womp said was,
Give me a second. Give me a second, guys. I'm trying to add an extra camera. I gotta grab the door. Hold on.
impact that Jasmine seemed to have on her family. Many of them, driven to tears over the course of this trial just due to the nature of it. But, as Meg mentioned, the jury has been sent back for deliberation, and they will, hopefully have us a verdict within the coming hours. But again, we don't know when that will be or how much time that will take them to come to that verdict. So we'll make sure to keep you updated as time passes. And if anything changes, we will be the first to let you know.
Yes, for sure. And one more thing I wanted to point out about something General Womp said is in the defense's original opening statement, they talked about how Jasmine saw Tinder dings on her phone, how there was broken wine glass, and the defense brought up none of that in their closing arguments. And so General Womp pointed out that they knew that, she said the state disproved the entire opening argument from the defense, their whole theory. So, that's just something that she left with the jury.
You're going to lose my image for a second, but I'm going to try something and try and trick this into doing something it doesn't want to do. But I'm right here. I haven't gone anywhere.
Because she was the last one to speak with the jury. So, like Mary Beth said, we don't know how long this is going to take, but we will be here, until the judge either calls it for the night or if they do have a decision. But I will be going live on News Channel 9, our 5 o'clock and 6 o'clock broadcast. And again, if the jury is getting close to a decision tonight, we will also still be here live for our 10 and 11 o'clock broadcast.
And we'll also have any updates on our social media profiles as well. So you can find us on Facebook and we'll post anything that we hear.
Home at 12:38, carrying his Walmart bag, wearing his anything goes hat, where he stays for several hours and begins the laborious project that is cleaning up the copious amounts of blood that had been spilled in his apartment. Then at 12:43, after he's been home for just a few minutes, some interesting activity starts on Miss Jasmine Pace's phone. At 12:23, on the 23rd of November at 12:43 p.m., he starts trying to get into Jasmine's iCloud. Why? Why? So he can have unfettered access to her digital files, so that he can start creating a further alibi, so that he can begin the process of impersonating his victim to make it appear as though she's still alive. That's not the conduct of somebody in a frantic panic, doesn't know what they're doing. That is the conduct of somebody who is cold and calculating. We then see Mr. Chen again later that afternoon at 1:36. This is when he takes the trip from his apartment at 110 Tremont Street and goes to Walgreens the first time. You'll note that his appearance has changed. See how he's wearing a light colored top and black pants? Different than what he was wearing at Walmart, but again, he's wearing his favorite anything goes hat. One of the jury questions was, what is the significance of item 153? Why was it so important to collect a quarter zip sweatshirt? Most importantly, why was it so important to collect this quarter zip sweatshirt? As you'll see here in a little bit, ladies and gentlemen, it's got a very distinct look. Mr. Chen will wear a black shirt under it. You'll see very clear that he continues to wear.
I am still here, y'all. I'm trying to fix some things and figure some things out because I think I can figure it out if I can just get the cameras working properly. Oh, that's not going to work. Dang it, my mic. I can't wait to get the newsstand.
Produced by the opening of the neck beneath the head.
Irritating as hell.
We can then see Mr. Chen drive off again wearing his red hat and his gray hooded sweatshirt. You've seen the videos. Mr. Chen buys what at Walmart or Walgreens? More cleaning supplies. Isopropyl alcohol. He returns home, but leaves again at 2:56 p.m. The purpose of this trip is it's an extended one. He's going to scout Suck Creek Road the second time that day. He's again wearing the gray hooded sweatshirt and the anything goes shirt or hat. But at 4:03 p.m., while he's still out looking for a place to dump Jasmine Pace's body, he sends this message. Hey, are we still good for dinner tonight? A message which shows is read by Jasmine Pace. I remind you where Mr. Chen is at this moment in time. Where the body is found. Again, slept like baby. We still good for tonight? Is that the conduct of somebody who's frantic or someone who's depraved? Then we fast forward to 5:59. We've seen it. Mr. Chen emerges from his apartment with a suitcase. Watch as he tips it over. How heavy it is. Almost pulls him to the ground. Watch as he struggles. Here we go. Tipping it over. See it? Watch as he struggles to go around the corner towards the light post. Right there. Because it's not clothes. He's not going on some trip. It's a person. It's Jasmine Pace. 98 pounds, soaking wet. 5'2" tall.
I'm still here.
This rolling suitcase. He then drives past. Again,
I don't know why I have no camera, but I'm still here.
Gray shirt. He heads to Suck Creek, disposes of Jasmine Pace, and goes to Walgreens again. Not before he makes a pit stop. He makes a pit stop at Walgreens. Remember Mark Hamilton, the cell phone forensics expert, when he testified?
I got camera again.
Indicators were red, Jasmine Pace's were green. Miss Pace, despite actually being on Suck Creek Road in this suitcase in the cold November night, her cell phone in Mr. Chen's possession ends up at Walmart. Why? It reconnects to the network. Why would Mr. Chen do that? Remember that read receipt? He's now turning on strategically his phone and her phone to create instances where it appears as though she's online, but he's nowhere around. His phone goes dark, her phone turns on. Her phone goes dark, his phone turns on. It's manipulation of digital evidence to try to distance himself from the fact that he's disposing of the body. And we know this because at 6:49 p.m., Miss Jasmine Pace's cell phone with the IMEI number disappears. It's off the network. SIM card is out of the phone. The SIM card that's in evidence and 167-2. SIM card which was extracted and shown to belong to Miss Jasmine Pace. The defendant enters the Walgreens, again, wearing this gray hoodie, completely zipped down, large V on the neck, with a black shirt under it, white shoes, and his ever-present anything goes hat. He heads home, but he's got a problem. He got rid of the body, but there's another big piece of evidence sitting in the parking lot of his apartment. It's Jasmine Pace's car. So, at 8:26 p.m., he dons a disguise. Think about it. You've now seen his goings and comings at Walgreens, Walmart, the Arctic videos. Does he ever wear a face mask? No. He wears the face mask because he knows where
I'll be right
Jasmine's
back.
car is located. It's right next to this room. But he knows that that room has a ring camera. You've got all the ring videos and evidence, which predate November the 23rd. You see him looking at it. He knows it's there. So he's got to hide his appearance. Again, to try to cover up his misdeeds. Ms. Pace's car then at 8:27, 1 minute after the ring video, car starts up and we have hard acceleration twice during a trip from 110 Tremont Street to 900 Mountain Creek Road. Why? The state would tender that it's because he's not familiar with this vehicle. He doesn't know how it drives. He doesn't know how the accelerator works. And we can see him in his disguise, hood up, blue surgical mask, driving Jasmine Pace's car. He does drop it off at 900 Mountain Creek Road. You've seen that happen. You've then also seen the ride share come and pick him up 9 minutes, 8 minutes after 8:41 p.m. And then you've also seen this. Oops. Jason Chen getting out of the car, wearing his plaid shirt over his white hoodie. The white hoodie and exhibit 152. Exhibit 143. This plaid shirt. He goes into his
Hey
car.
guys, I'm trying to get a counter added to this and I don't know what I'm doing.
Who's upset about what
Trying
they
to do a
saw
verdict timer.
react.
So if you see me messing around, I'm here. I'm just waiting for a verdict timer, trying to get one.
What Mr. Chen did. Less than 1 day after stabbing a girl 60 times in his apartment. Hours, 6 hours after taking a body and
Dang it, I hate that.
Mr. Chen says to his buddies, I'm getting on in like 5 minutes. The entire conversation is there. They're talking about playing video games. Says COD, Call of Duty. After engaging in actual physical violence, he goes online to get some more. Then we fast forward a couple of days, and Mr. Chen does something somewhat unexplainable. He takes Jasmine Pace's cell phone, takes his cell phone, removes removes the SIM card from his phone and puts it into Jasmine's. And he begins his cell phone data from T-Mobile, Exhibit 136, shows that where he had been using an iPhone XR, he now starts using Jasmine Case's phone. Again, why? Because he now will have unfettered access to all of her social medias. He can start posing as her more effectively, communicating with the family, giving the impression that she's not dead so that they don't come looking for her to buy more time to clean up his apartment. So let's talk about the crimes themselves now that we have the timeline down. Abuse of a corpse, as the court has instructed you, is treating a body in a manner that offends the sensibilities
Testing.
of an ordinary person. Wrapping a person in 3 garbage bags, putting them in a suitcase, driving them out into the wilderness to unceremoniously plop them on the side of the road on an embankment down by a river is offensive. Plain and simple. No reasonable person thinks that's acceptable. Especially once you know that the family's looking for her. Sure, he dumps the body on the 23rd, but when the family's looking for him, mum's the word. In fact, even after the family breaks into the apartment looking for her, nothing. First-degree murder. In order to convict the defendant in this case, you have to find several things. First, the venue that this crime happened in Hamilton County. You heard the testimony of multiple witnesses. Mr. Chen's apartment, 110 Tremont Street, specifically apartment 210, is located on the North Shore community of the city of Chattanooga. Chattanooga is in Hamilton County. We have proven venue. Next, we have to show that Jason Chen is the person who committed the crime of murder. Next, we have 3 elements. Jason Chen unlawfully killed Jasmine Case. He did it intentionally. He did it with premeditation. Again, going back over venue, you've seen it. You have a map of it. North Chattanooga. We've kind of gone over this a little bit, but I do think it's important to point out because it goes directly to the heart of identity. You can see it in Exhibit 129, 21, 129, and when you watch Exhibit 129, the Arctic video, you'll see it yet again, especially the black, dark V-neck right there. That's Mr. Chen pulling that suitcase. The suitcase that contained Jasmine Case's body.
Hi, Haley Mills. Hi, Gabby. Hi, everybody. I'm trying to get a timer up, and I'm struggling to get everything the way it needs to be. I'm trying. Be patient. I'm trying, guys. It's just not cooperating with me. It not cooperating with me. Verdict. What? Verdict? In less than 30 minutes. We have verdict. What? We have a verdict, you guys. What? Guilty as hell. They have reached a verdict, you guys. I am trying to get, I know how to get a timer on my iPad. The iPad is connected. Where's that little bugger? Power bank, power bank, power bank. That's not what I wanted. But I'm going to, I've been doing a lot of things, so I'm trying to figure out. Input. Let me see if I can get this thing going. And this is going to be a problem. That's not what I need. Guilty as charged. Dun, 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 dun. Dun, 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 dun. There we go. Oh. And it did not work. Shoot, it didn't work. And we don't like the way he reads the verdict. It's not working this way, guys. I tried. I'm trying. I was going to do a verdict poll, but I didn't think that it would be unanimous. I'll have to learn. I'll have to play with it another day, guys, but I'm trying to get more like RA. Was it like 30 minutes? I was like totally shocked, like 30 minutes, and we have a. What? I understand. I was supposed to be getting customers, but we have a verdict. Yeah. It's like, we got a verdict. I can't. Sorry. It was closer to an hour. Okay. Well, still less than an hour. Less than 1 hour, and we have a verdict. Oh, the judge is using a standing desk. That's why his head is bopping everywhere. Everybody, thank you so much for being here. For those of you who are my subscribers, I appreciate you so very much. For all those you who do the super chats, thank you very much. And just for being you, thank you very much. I am shocked. Hey, Sensei. I think that has to be the shortest I have ever seen in a verdict. Hey, Mary. We had a 7-day trial, and the verdict has already come back in less than an hour. Oh, that's bad. Oh, see, well, he admitted to unaliving the woman, but it was the fact that he was trying to get a lesser charge, a lesser degree. I don't think he got a lesser. I think you guys, I think the reason why it came back so fast is it wasn't really whether or not he actually did it. It was more whether or not what they were going to charge him with. And I think I'm kind of surprised. I'm surprised. I know, right? Uh, hey, Angela, hello. Yes, short of the moon. I was shocked. So I'm gonna have to be playing with my um see I can cut to that. Here we go. But I can't it's seeing everything as one camera and it's not one camera. I have multiple cameras. I mean, I have one camera and everything else needs to be separated. So I got to figure it out. I'll learn. Wow. Mm. All right, everybody, here we go. 47 minutes of deliberation. I don't even think they needed to take time to understand how to fill out the verdict forms. So when this is done, I am going to go ahead and sign off. I'm going to try and use this evening to get some tech stuff done. Also, today's the first day of college, so I need to get some homework done. And I need to figure out some of this stuff. So I'm going to try and get all this tech stuff figured out because it's only 4 o'clock here. So it's 3 o'clock on the West Coast. So I have time to call them. What is your classes that you're taking, Angela? Jury number 15 is the floor person. So you have a charge of manslaughter and first degree and corpse. People. So they're polling the jury by the use of hands. Guilty on both counts. That's a no-brainer. He says he's the 13th juror, and he does agree with this case. Now we're going into sentencing. Oh, it is a jury sentencing. Oh, that's kind of cool. He's got a stand-up desk. What? Tomorrow, they're doing the sentencing phase. So they get to be sequestered one more day. Oh my gosh, they're going to make it quick. Now the sound is loud. Now the sound is loud. What the heck? How did this get back up to this? How did that get?
There's a regular docket.
What?
Might be better for you ready to proceed at 9, but how big's the docket tomorrow? That's it. All right, let's try for 9:30, unless you need more time tomorrow morning. We can start later in the morning if you wish.
The jury is sequestered and
You prefer
that's it.
9:30 or 10? Yes, sir. 10. Okay. We're being recessed till 9 tomorrow. This will be recessed till 10.
Okay, the court is in recess until 9 tomorrow. I don't know why the video did what it did. But 9 tomorrow morning, 9:30 tomorrow morning. That's 8:30 my time. Jeez. They will be coming back.
You don't have to talk to anybody about your experience if you don't want to. The lawyers understand that. They'll respect that. You'd just rather not talk to anyone. You don't have to. The lawyers do appreciate, and I certainly did when I was down there, getting feedback about what they did right.
Feedback. I would love to be feedback on the wall. Yes, justice for Jasmine. Definitely.
Back to Nashville tonight. Okay.
Definitely. Justice for that poor girl. Absolutely. I can't wait to get my new arm. This thing is driving me nuts. It's one of these things that you can only tighten so far, and it's all plastic. So I have a new arm coming. So tomorrow morning, we will be back for the sentencing phase. Thank you guys so much for joining me. I greatly, greatly appreciate it. It was a crazy day. This has not been the best of Mondays, but we lived, we got through it. So what I'm going to do is I will reset everything for the sentencing phase. I even have a guilty thing already set up. So we will go through the sentencing phase tomorrow morning. I'm going to try and figure out how to get this stuff that, by the way, that's the front of my son's shop. How I'm going to get this stuff set up so I can have a timer and utilize, because right now everything goes through one and it's crazy and I got to figure all this out. So I may have to just literally unplug everything and spend 2 days. So we'll just wait and see what's happening. But thank you so much for hanging with us for the last day of the trial. Now, tomorrow, come back and we'll do the sentencing phase and we'll go from there. Mods, as always, you are amazing. I appreciate and love you guys for sticking in there with me for this very difficult day and fun day. So it'll be what it be. Everybody stay warm. The worst of the weather is going to be coming through tonight and tomorrow. So hope everybody please stay warm. Take care of yourself. You are priority over everything. Do not go out and drive if there's any chance that you were going to be harmed or harm somebody else, because I don't like going out as a first responder in those situations. But Have a good evening. Stay warm. Hug your loved ones. We will be back tomorrow morning at 8:30 Central, 9:30 Eastern. Have a great afternoon. Bye. Thanks for watching. Please comment, like, share, and most importantly, subscribe. I hope you have an awesome day. Till next time, take care.